smartphone at https://meet.goto.com/town of Sturbridge/conservation. In order to call in, 1-646-749-3122. Use access code 819-169-093. Please remain mute at all times except when speaking. Okay. Call to order. We'll start with roll. Start. You're in, Nate.
Nathan Lane, present.
Eric Gaspar, present.
Ed Gooden, present.
San Germano present.
Okay. One missing. Can you read that so we have that out of the way?
Sure. In the interest of saving time, the Sturbridge Conservation Commission will hold all public hearings tonight for work within a wetland, water body, or resource area and/or within the 200-foot buffer zone to a wetland, water body, or resource area, in accordance with the Mass Wetland Protection Act, MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and associated regulations, and the Town of Sturbridge Wetland Bylaws and associated regulations. We will not be reading the newspaper ad. Prior to the opening of the first hearing for each project, the applicant is to submit proof of notification to abutters within 200 feet of the subject property line and proof of legal newspaper advertisement. If these are not submitted, the public hearing will not open. Additionally, prior to the start of each public hearing, we will announce the location of the project, the applicant, and the applicant's representative. If any of the visitors have not legibly signed in yet, please do so. Also, if any visitors are recording this meeting, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to do the docs now?
Yes, if I can just run through that. Our first hearing is at 6:15. Okay. So docs have been a popular subject in the last few years. So I've done a lot of research, just kind of an overview of the different dock types, impacts, pros, cons, and whatnot. The purpose of this is simply informative, both for the commission and for the public. My goal with this would be to provide some information that we can post on our website to help inform lake residents, to help them design better projects, to help the commission make better decisions when it's coming to approving or, denying types of projects, recommendations that we're making. This is not subject to any type of bias or anything. I'm just kind of exploring all options and pros and cons of each type of dock. Kind of just went over that. Obviously, the cantilever docks that have been the most popular one, they have the concrete counterweight. The positive aspects are as there's no disturbance to the lake bed, because most are suspended over. This photo is not the greatest option, but most of them are suspended over it. The reduced turbidity and sediment disruption, minimal obstruction to aquatic life. There's no permanent structures that are in the water for the most part. The downsides are upland soil compaction, potential for runoff, and shading near the shore. The shading near the shore is essentially a negative for every dock type because you're providing more shade. Pros and cons to that, cooling water temperatures, which in today's climate also serves as a benefit too. So it's kind of a catch-22 depending on site specific. And again, this will all be site specific. Every project is going to be different. As far as for recommendations for planning these types of projects, when applicants are able to, putting the counterweight upland beyond the 25-foot no disturb zone. Some projects that's possible, some that's not. Obviously, you want to look at how much disturbance that's going to do to the ground, if it's going to be a major change to the grade, but overall, this would be a great practice to have when possible. Using the precast concrete versus when they're pouring on site. Again, site-specific depending on if they're able to bring the concrete blocks down there versus pouring on site. The pouring on site while the cement is curing can have a lime deposit that goes into the lake while you're waiting for it to cure. Once it's already solid, that risk is eliminated, but it's just kind of in that process. So when possible, precast concrete is preferred. Revegetating with native species, something that we already do. We've been pretty consistent with requiring vegetated buffers with all of the docks as well, and seeing some great vegetation that's being brought back to the lake life. Use of erosion controls. One thing that I'll usually comment to is for ones that are being done, for the most part being done with the lake drawdown, but when they're being done with the heavy equipment so close, it is a good thing to have in mind if using oil absorbent booms, because hydraulic equipment, if it leaks, it can spray up to 40 feet. So that's just something you want to be conscious of when we're talking about how the equipment is getting down there, what type of equipment is being used. And sometimes we can work with lake associations where they're able to have a boom that can kind of just be shared amongst the residents too. And then, of course, submitting detailed plans with slope stabilization, which we do as well. So things to think of with the cantilever docks. Temporary or seasonal floating docks. The pros to them, obviously no permanent structures or lake bed impact. They allow for seasonal recovery, so when they come out at the end of the season, which they are supposed to do under the select board regulations, it allows that time to recuperate, and it encourages a low-impact recreation. Negatives to them: improper handling can damage vegetation, poor storage can disrupt the debris and bank, and I think that's one thing that just overall, although it is a temporary storage, that we should have a little bit more consideration of with temporary docks where they're storing it in the off-season. And they can shade submerged plants like all docks, and there is little oversight of the placement and possible impact of them because they're just going to go, for the most part, if they don't have to file any permits with conservation, just where it's best suitable. So where we might have a recommendation that this area looks more like a better wildlife habitat or something, that we might recommend that they go further down on the bank. As far as compliance recommendations, overall, general practices, and this is something that we should share with Select Board as well, when removing temporary docks to lift, not drag, store beyond the 50-foot buffer, using minimal footprint and modular designs, and submitting a seasonal use plan, which they are required to do. Then you've got the permanent supported docks. They're durable and they stand access, which we don't need as much durability on a lot of our lakes as we would a oceanfront or something, but light penetration is possible with proper design. The negatives: permanent habitat disruption, sediment disturbance during the installation, long-term shading, altered water flow and sediment patterns, and most designs use pressure-treated wood. While newer studies show that the levels of arsenic and other chemicals in pressure-treated wood have been reduced, it's still something that is in the wood and something that we need to be conscious of. Recommendations for compliance: justify and consider alternatives, as the permanent docks are the most impactful of all. Light penetrating deck, spacing them out so that way you can allow sunlight to go through when possible, using non-toxic and untreated materials, installing pilings using non-impact methods, and applying for your notice of intent in Chapter 91 license. As far as the local permitting for cantilevered and permanent docks, they do require a Chapter 91 filing and a notice of intent with conservation. Temporary docks, floats, and rafts require an annual permit with the harbor master, which is the select board. This application does require sign-off from the conservation department prior to approval, so that's why we've been going out and doing inspections of all of these, because we just don't have record of what's out there. And then also gives us the opportunity to kind of make recommendations. May require an RDA or NOI depending on the bank impact. So just some examples of that would be clearing vegetation, addition of a platform or permanent structure to support the dock on the bank, replace and repair retaining walls that support the structure. Again, just some of many examples, but something to kind of help provide, and maybe having this information out for the public will raise a little bit of question for what they need to do no matter what type of dock they're trying to have. Just a kind of quick overall summary of the types of impacts that we're having to the aquatic life, the bank, the buffer, positive impacts and negative impacts, and then recommendations from there, all that was just discussed, and references available as well. And again, my intention with this would be to make this available for the public, share it with the select board, and then just kind of going forward, hopefully we can have these property owners and project managers thinking of these things before they're even coming to us. Most of these have been by the same applicant, so we've seen, or the same representative, so we've been able to kind of be consistent with what to expect as far as having some type of vegetative buffer, showing the connected walkways, but that's not going to be the case every time. Hopefully that we can kind of get this information into homeowners' minds as well. Any comments, questions?
No, I appreciate you putting that together for us.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Thank
still have some challenges with the regulations
Absolutely.
that we need to consider, but it's good to have the information. It's good for the applicants to have the information, so thank you.
Absolutely. And I think that's the start, that it's going to have to be a discussion with everyone, with lake residents, with select board, with conservation. It's overdue conversation.
All right, thank you. Anybody in the audience like to speak?
It was very well organized, very easy to follow.
Thank you.
I think it's important. I want people to understand it.
Yes.
Just one thing, if I, do you want to get, are all your lakes in town great ponds?
All the ones she's talking about are,
Okay, because I thought there was some that weren't great ponds, that's all. With docks on them. Is Cedar Meadow Lake a great pond?
Cedar is
Cedar Lake is a great pond.
Point I'm getting at.
Cedar South, Lead Mine,
Big Allen
Alum.
South, yeah. Because the ones that aren't, then they wouldn't be chapter 91, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
No, they'd still be subject to wetland.
Oh, wetlands for sure, but not chapter 91.
Yep, yep, you're right. All right, from there, we're gonna go to 6:15. Are we at 6:15? I think we are.
We're at 6:13. Do you want to just, I know he's not here, but do you want to hop to 3 really quick?
Sure.
To item 3 on the, bullet 3 on the agenda, recognition of resignation.
Bullet 3 coming up.
At the top of the agenda.
No, it's at the very, it's a
Underneath the-
recognition of Roy.
Oh,
For his first time.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, personally, I know Roy's not here. If he does get an opportunity to watch this, I do want to thank him for his years of service to the town of Sturbridge. I can speak personally that this is not an easy job to take on, and it is not without its sacrifices. And occasionally, it's not without a reputational damage here and there as well, because people don't like hearing no on stuff that they're passionate about. So Roy, I will always appreciate. He had a very even hand on these things. He asked thoughtful questions. He was very respectful of the public, and was always there to provide a different insight than some of the rest of us on the board. So I personally just want to thank Roy for his participation, for his service to the town of Sturbridge, and encourage anybody who's listening here that isn't already involved in town committees to look to step up and help the town as well. So thank you, Roy.
Yep, I'd like to sit, I'll hear that, as far as, he did a good job, he was very balanced, and he brought a military background, which gave us balanced insight on some things that we needed. And he called in from all kinds of different places to be on the meeting, whether it was vacation or work. So we'll miss him, but we've got good replacements. Anybody else want to say anything? If you could sign that.
Thank you.
Sign that and pass it down.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
I'll wait for Karsten to come back to town and have him sign it as well, and then we'll mail that to him.
Perfect.
When's he due back,
I'll have to go back on my email. I forget. I think he's gone for a week or 2.
All right.
Now it's 6:15.
What?
Said now it's 6:15.
Now it's 6:15. We'll start out with open public hearing, request for determination of applicability for 3 New Boston Road extension. Town ownership,
Dan, you want to go up?
file number 25-55, proposed installation of scoreboard. La, 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 la.
Just as a heads up, we had the original location that was in the center still on here, and it's back to the same location.
It's just replacing the original
Right.
location. Do you want to give an overview of the project? All
You
right.
could state your name and address for the record.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board. I'm Dan Balunas, 6 Ridgeshall Road, Sturbridge, representing the Recreation Committee. So, little background here. Sturbridge Little League Baseball approached us about replacing their existing scoreboard, which is located at the end of the left field line foul pole, which is being circled, so dead top of the image that's showing on the screen. And taking the original one that's there now and relocating it to another field in town. The new one that has been purchased, my understanding is a little bit larger than the original, but replacing it in the same location, but requiring 2 new boreholes for the post setting, which I believe are, 4 feet deep, from what I was
There's a
told.
4-foot one, I think the 8-foot's the one.
Okay, I know, yeah, I was gonna say, I know Andrew mentioned that there was an 8-foot one, but because of the size, 2 new posts need to be driven into the ground to support the new scoreboard. So I think we're looking for approval for this work so that we can move forward with it and get the scoreboard up and operational for Little League.
Anything from the agent?
We've recommended straw wattles for the site and just kind of some overview of how it's getting done. I believe DPW is going to be the one doing the work. We did explore trying to get it further away from the resource area, but due to the access for electricity, that just wasn't going to be feasible. Trying to trench it out further and run the lines wasn't going to work out. The only other comment I have is the town barn is under care and custody of the select board, so I had recommended to Andrew that once he gets conservation approval, that he gets on the next select board agenda, just to ask for their blessing as well to be able to move forward. But I have no concerns with the project itself.
Are you sure of that? Because I know the town barn is, but I thought that section of land was under care, custody, and control of another entity.
For town barn, it says select board,
Right.
and this is town barn,
This is town barn, it's not a separate piece of property.
correct?
So we're gonna put a junior high down. That's the only reason I asked the question. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, my records show that this portion of land is select board, the baseball field. So just to cover bases, I'm sure they won't have any issues with it, but I think that just,
Anybody in the audience like to speak? Seeing none? Motion to close the public hearing?
I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing for SEC file number 25-55.
Do I have a second?
Second.
For a second. All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Good in favor?
Sandra Money in favor.
With regards to the project at 3 New Boston Road Extension, SEC file number 25-55, I'd like to make a motion to provide a waiver for work inside of the 50-foot buffer zone.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Good in favor?
Sandra Money in favor.
With regards to the project at 3 New Boston Road Extension, SEC file number 25-55, I'd like to make a motion to, let's see, where is my positive and negative in here?
negative.
To close, to issue a negative determination for the project, thank you, to occur pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions noted in the agent's detailed agenda.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Good in favor?
Sandra Money in favor.
I haven't been here in a few meetings. My motion game is off. I apologize, everyone. For all the
Or was
adoring-
getting good at it.
For all the adoring fans.
Better than my
apologize.
Roy game.
Well, thanks,
Thank you very
Dan.
much.
Oh, no,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
very much. I appreciate
Next time
it.
I see you, I want it to be a ball field, not a goddamn,
Well, I can help you with that on the softball side since I represent that.
All right, now we're at 6:25. Open a public meeting for a request for determination of applicability.
You may
for-
have to wait 5 minutes.
No, it's right up there, look. 15 South Shore Drive. The owner is Mark Boniface, represented Neil Jackson, JMP Engineering.
It's the Tanstaquah, not South Shore. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Can't say it.
What's the question?
Oh, you said South Shore, but it's Tantasquah.
Antasqua?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hi, I'm Neil Jackson from JMP Engineering Services. I'm here representing Mark Boniface at 15 Tantascwa Shore Drive. Submitted an RDA for the repair of an on-site septic system. Currently, it's a cesspool 70 feet from the resource area. We're proposing to install a new Title V compliant system over 100 feet from the bordering vegetated wetland. Closest work would be the tank, which would be 70 feet from the resource area. No grade changes are proposed on the site.
So I think generally, for comments on the plans, we do require showing the buffer lines on the plan, so I think that we do need to have that updated and shown on there. We've got the distance of the 106 feet from the tank, but not, or from the leach field, but not from the tank.
Okay.
And then I have a question of if there's gonna be any tree removal. There's two trees that are about right here. One was a hemlock, I don't recall what the other one was. If either are gonna be removed for the trench work, okay.
We're gonna make sure we work around those trees.
This area was fairly open, so I wasn't concerned there. It was just more so if the trenching was gonna do any disturbance. Okay.
What's the approximate distance from the wetland of those two trees? Should we put an additional comment or condition that,
If the tank is 70, then maybe 80 feet?
80, 90, yeah.
so we'll just add a condition that if the trees do need to be, are going to be impacted in any way, that they come back to.
Be replaced?
No, the owner doesn't want to cut them, for sure.
Okay, good.
That's an additional expense, so.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, and he doesn't want to cut them, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Given its distance, Lauren, you had a note in the agenda that the waiver was to be determined. We're probably okay, because we're not.
It's
inside-
most likely okay.
We're not inside the 50, and certainly not.
Not
inside
what,
the-
not, I mean, not within the 50, not within the 25. I would just like a definitive distance on this, which he just said it was 70, but I'd like to see that on there. Which I would be, if the commission is comfortable with it, you could approve with the condition that a plan be provided that shows those buffers and distances prior to any activity. So I'll just throw that out there based on your, whatever you decide.
Does that work for you? You can
Oh,
supply that?
absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I'm good.
Any comments? I'm good.
Good.
So,
Anything in the public?
we're gonna have,
Hearing none, with regards to the project at 15 Tantascwa Shore Drive, SEC file number 2570, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
any discussion? None, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Asper in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Angela Money in favor.
With regards to the project at 15 Tantascwa Shore Drive, SEC file number 25-70, I'd like to make a motion to issue a negative determination for the project to pursuant to the Wetlands Protection Act and Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions noted in the detailed agenda and the additional conditions discussed in the comments.
You have a second? Second? Seconded?
All right.
Discussion? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Angela Money in favor.
All right.
All set?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your motion was flawless this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It usually is. It usually is. I'm out of practice. I missed a couple meetings.
All right, Lauren, where do you want to go from here? Because we got a few minutes. We're racing ahead of the clock.
Do you want to hop down to additional wetland decisions and work on the certificates of compliance,
All right? Sure.
starting with 13?
13.
You still had a
What?
That's the one we had the site visit for, yeah.
Okay, we'll start out with 62 Mount Dan Road. Looking for a certificate of compliance, 300-1181.
This is a request for a certificate of compliance for the installation of 38 by 8 cantilever dock. Site visits were conducted on June 3rd and again on the 18th with the commission. I know there's some possible discussion that would be had on that, but overall recommendation to issue certificate of compliance with perpetual condition number 34, and I think some additional notes that will be added on to the certificate of compliance as well, if Ed, I'll turn it for discussion.
Yeah, did you have a picture of that? I mean, great job, so.
I do have the photos. Give me 1 second, I can pull those up.
That's not it.
If it is, our wetland dried up.
Oh, we have a second. Oh, miss, would you sign in? And then would you sign in too, sir, in the middle and the back? Would you sign in? Oh, would you, it's over to your right, yeah. Thanks, guys.
Wow, Laura, you're like a hawk.
Yeah, I was.
I love it.
You want to just forget about it?
No, I can pull them up.
Keeping everybody safe. Back, right.
You're gonna get some family photos.
No, this is my work phone, I don't have those. Although I'd be happy to show you pictures of my kids, they're adorable.
As much as I'm sure your kids are adorable, I want to see that husky.
Lori got to see her today.
I did, she's super soft.
I have a golden doodle if you want to move on.
No.
Let me see if these are in here, they just didn't drop them in. While that's loading. Oh, okay, never mind, they're in here. I don't need that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That shows you what a great job they did putting it in.
Yeah, it's great work.
Great work. Step down to the water, you look at the wall is of the old style. Just repaired in that area. Granite slab for a step. And they did a great job. If cantilever docks can do that, we're in good shape.
Yep.
You know. I would comment on the homogeneous green grass, however, which I feel we need to just send them with a note that we're concerned that they're using pesticides and herbicides on the lawn, that we have a bylaw that's, that they should look at. So that's throwing a negative in, but I don't know where you start if you don't. If you go canoeing on the lake, it's a problem. It is causing water quality. All right, that's all I have. Motion to approve.
All right, with regards to DEP file number 300-1181, 62 Mount Dan Road, I'd like to make a motion to issue a complete certificate of compliance with the perpetual condition number 34.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Sandra Money in favor.
Great. All right. You want to do 28 Woodlawn?
Yes, that'd be items 14 and 15.
Ed, you remember this one from 1985?
I do, I do.
So item 14, DEP file number 300-79,
Yeah.
certificate septic replacement in 1985. I also verified with Board of Health that it met final closeout and inspections there. Since obviously I can't go back in time and see if there were erosion issues or anything at the time. Same with the second item, DEP file number 300-378, septic replacement again in 2007. Site inspection was more so just looking for any signs of erosion, but again, all within compliance. The house is up for sale right now, and this was not detected when the house sold back in 2021, as many things fell through the cracks during that time period. But also same with the second septic work, everything was closed out with Board of Health as well, so I have no issues for the first file number. There would be no perpetual conditions for the second one, perpetual condition number 22.
Awesome. With regards to DP file number 300-79 at 28 Woodland Drive, I'd like to make a motion to issue a complete certificate of compliance.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Asbar in favor?
Ed Gooder in favor?
And Germany in favor.
All right. For 738?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so we're doing both of them. Okay, good point. With regards to DEP file number 300-738, 28 Woodlawn Drive,
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to issue a complete certificate of compliance with the perpetual condition number 22.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Asbar in favor?
Ed Gooder in favor?
Germany in favor.
Great.
So is that the useful life of a septic system, 22 years? Is that what we can glean from this?
If you pump them out every year, they'll go forever.
Oh, all right.
Nobody does that. Well, you could, some would tell you. All right, we are now, 6:35.
How does your watch say?
For notice of intent, stormwater management for 660 May Street. Old, excuse me. Old Road Realty LLC, Glenn Kravosky.
Glenn, did you sign in?
I shall, I saw you telling everyone
Oh,
else.
okay,
I just
all right. I
didn't,
think
I
you were
was
the only other
too
one.
lazy to get up and not do
No
it.
worries.
But I was gonna do it on the way out. Thank you, though.
Trying to get away with it.
I caught
Thank
him.
you. Now that you
Could
caught
never
me, I should have
forget
done it
he's
earlier.
You have a file number on this? I think you do, right?
Yes, I have that printed out for you right there.
All right. 660. Okay,
So,
great.
bylaw project, correct? Yes.
Yes, SCC 2572. It is not a DEP file number, it is within the 200-foot buffer.
Would you say 2572?
25-72.
All right, you're on.
25 dash.
Glenn, just tell me if I need to go to a certain page or whatnot.
The overall plan will be, as we'll be going for a continuance, or eventually we're here for peer review to agree that we're going to pass off the peer review to get that done immediately, whatever fees up front are needed so that we can move it forward. There was some question by DPW about a floor bay for the second outlet of the detention structure. If we, which is down where the test holes are at the bottom of I think that was one of the main issues out of comments from the town, that this is a modification of the existing detention structure. They did test holes where you see the 3 holes at the bottom, and modified the original basin that was built for the Galileo site, and added, again, the new site, this 40,000 and change building, to that detention structure, but and brought up the bottom of the old detention basin by 2 feet to make sure it was 2 feet off the water table as required, as the new section of the basin is. But there was a question about, there are two outflows now, the original old outflow and the new outflow. The new outflow has a forebay, the old outflow does not, and that's what DPW picked up on. So we talked to the engineers today, and we were, well, I was a little surprised on that, but there's the new outflow will be coming along very quickly so that the peer reviewer can look at both outflows with two forebays and a slightly larger basin, because as they said, the forebay will take up space, and we need that space for all the runoff, the old building and the new. So there will be a slightly larger overall detention structure because of the second forebay. It's kind of unique that we have two forebays, but that's how it shaked out in modifying the old basin and enlarging it for this building. Thank you for the site inspection that we had. I think the new items on the plan since the site inspection are the 3 Silver Maples and the 1 Northern Catalpa, which we have a plan. One of the plans has that on the lower left not being touched because you were concerned with any tree. It's, so I don't see them on that. Sure if they're there. Thank you for moving. They are the utilities, here we go. There they are.
All right.
At the lower left, and we are not touching those trees, but we are adding, planning board had some questions about trees, and there are 9 new trees, and we did talk about those today with the engineer. Northern red oak, sugar maple, to have some diversity. 2-inch caliper or 2-inch diameter at 4 feet off the ground, I believe as it's called out. There was some question about pervious pavers on the walkway as we come up the original main roadway to get up to the site. And then if we look at the plan, and we go with I'm sorry that I was looking without doing this. Oh, well, such is life. The new walkway will have pervious pavers and steps, and then a flat area, and then steps. So pervious pavers that was asked for, they have been added to the plan. So again, the new trees, 2, 4, 6.
Way in, you're talking? I'm confused.
Oh, there's a walkway coming off the original roadway getting access into the structure. This is that cart road coming in,
Yeah.
which the police department wanted to make sure that was staying open for emergency so we could circle around. There's the wetland that EBT delineated 100 and, let's say, there's a 200-foot buffer that under your bylaw is that little bit of work. Let's not use subjective terms. There's the work that's in your 200. The old basin, the new basin, no forebay. This is hash mark for the reason that when I looked at the plan, and although in the stormwater report, it talks about it being raised up so that it is 2 feet above the water table, although it wasn't required at the time that this was built prior to 97. I had them hash mark it so that you could visually see, and there's some notes that say this is all the same elevation now.
You're saying
Grading.
that was built prior to 97?
Oh, yeah, this original site, I think we looked at something late 60s, the original. This does not have anything to do with that marijuana thing. This piece was built historically. This is the new basin.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's going to be all one basin.
Well, I wasn't on the committee in 64.
I think I read last year, if I could go through the chairman, I think you've been here 32, this must be 33 years.
No, it's more than that, but.
Okay.
But not that.
I didn't read that article right then.
What article was that?
You were in one of the papers talking about your history on the conservation, but okay. It's out there, I'm going to find it and give it
I
to you.
don't want it.
He doesn't
Don't
need to be
remind-
reminded.
Don't
of the,
remind me. I've been in front of this board since 86, but
Nate's
whatever.
gonna make fun of him now, because he's the young buck on the.
I would never.
There it is. So it's minimum parking needed, 2 spaces, and that's not my issue, really. How many parking spaces there are per person.
Where is the parking space going to be for this?
It's not, apparently what they're producing, there's an addition in here. We do, if I could say, I apologize, we have Marcial here, the contractors, and online, we supposedly have Haley and Ward, and if there's any questions by, there we are. There it is, Dan. I'm sorry to, let's let Dan talk, I'm only here for wetlands. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
We're only here for.
Me too.
So the question about the parking, so the site does have ample parking. I think it's probably best shown on sheet 3 there, Lauren. We kind of show a nice little overview of everything. But in short, I'm just going to zoom in on my screen here, so bear with me. The existing parking, there was about 448 parking spaces currently existing. There's really 2 main pods. There's one on the northeastern side of the site that kind of extends further out beyond the viewport that you can actually see there. And there's another pod that's southwest of what's labeled as Building 3. That's a nice little other pod. So there's an ample amount of parking. We did provide some adjacent parking there just for ease of access, so that way, handicap accessibility as well, just allowing people to get into the building a little bit easier. But with all of the parking put together, we calculated about 460 spaces of the required 346. Again, more planning board stuff, but just at least pointing out that there is a nice amount of parking out there. I don't think there's going to be too many concerns on that. Just getting back to, sorry to steal thunder here, but Glenn did summarize it pretty well with the stormwater
Not
base.
because of the volume of parking is such as where it is for people walking to the building. Because you got it up on the left and right side of the hill.
That's the existing,
Yeah.
and then there's existing also over here and up in here.
Well, I'm getting off the subject, it just, there's a ways.
They'll be going through planning board on that park, obviously, and all that good stuff.
All right.
Dan, any more, Dan? If I could through
I just
the...
wanted to talk about the stormwater basin there. Glenn kind of did summarize it up very well with the DPW's comment about the existing discharge not having a 7-4 bay. From my perspective, I just want to at least put it out there. It might make sense to at least send out what we have currently to peer review, see if there's any additional comments that they might have on the stormwater system itself in its current place. But we don't have any issue with providing a 4-bay. We'll probably just kind of loop it around so it's essentially one big 4-bay kind of along that one side. But when we get into the design of that, we'll kind of flush all that stuff out. But at least want to recommend, makes sense probably to get the peer review. If they have more comments on the basin, instead of doing a bunch of different revisions, we can kind of hit it in one fell swoop.
Can I, through the chairman, just to tell Dan, we did just get the peer review quote. We'll be, if you don't mind, scanning it and sending it to you in the morning.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, if there's, wait for your questions and then request a continuance.
So, are we voting on was this the only solicitation that we are going to be reviewing, Laura?
Per the bylaw, I requested 3 quotes, or 3 estimates, got 1 back, that's the one that we have.
They certainly
So-
look qualified, I don't remember ever using.
I've done some research there, they've got some great references as well. So in the quote, if the commission agrees to move forward with that and then give the applicant some time to look it over, and if they agree to that, we would move forward. I would recommend putting maybe a 10 to 15% buffer on the funds in addition to what's on the amount, just in case there is an additional review, whether it's, an additional comment or another site visit that's required. That way we don't have to do this back and forth of, we need more money to move forward. As mentioned in the detail, this is a 43D site, so there is a 180-day decision process for the town for all the permits. So there is a bit of a time crunch on this one if we want to, maintain our control or an overview over the site. Most of my comments have been addressed, and they were addressed at the site walk as far as the portion of impervious surface that was left untreated, which they're going to revise the plan for porous pavement. We'll see what else comes up within peer review. The only other recommendation that I would have at this point is based on scheduling wise, for the amount of time that it's going to take for a 3-week period for peer review. Once we finalize everything, a 3-week period for peer review. a week or two to allow us to review, for the applicant to respond. That's gonna put us right in the middle of our 6-week summer break. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we plan ahead and make a special meeting and try and set a date now for maybe 6 weeks out, just specific for this project, so we can keep this moving.
Okay. What date would you like to make that?
So if we were doing 6 weeks out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that'd be August 7th.
That's a Monday,
That's Wednesday,
Wednesday.
or Thursday,
July
sorry,
7th.
Thursday, August 7th. If we want to keep it on Thursdays like we usually do.
Anybody have a problem with that off the top of their head?
No,
I'll be here.
I'm on vacation the week before that, so I should be back.
Can you repeat the day?
It would be Thursday, August 7th. We can do it the same time. We always meet 6 p.m. and it would just be for a special meeting for this project. And at that point, I believe this is going to planning at the end of July. I think that's the date that Jean gave you, so,
You're the engineers.
okay. And this peer review covers planning review too, so they'll have that and hopefully just everything kind of time-wise move out.
All right? So we're agreed on that.
So, should we vote to accept the peer review before we issue the continuance, or does it matter what order?
I would recommend doing the vote for the peer review first, with the motion being accept the request for peer review contingent on the applicant's approval, because they have to agree to it as well, which I don't foresee being an issue, but
So, in this peer review request, is this just for the wetland review, or is this for
no,
both?
everything.
All right, so.
We're the
then-
stormwater authority for this one, so it's stormwater, wetland review, including the delineation, and then this also includes all the planning review as well.
All right. So, they're including 2 meetings in this review. We should probably account for 2 each, just in case, so that would be and it's 900 per, so that would put us at an extra 1,800 on a $12,000 budget. So I would recommend that we go for a 20% bump on this, just to account, because that's gonna put us at, that'll put us in a place where if we need some additional review and comments, and we need an extra meeting, and if we don't spend it, they get it back, so,
Right.
okay.
Or depending on how you close out the project, if at some point you decide when the certificate of compliance comes up, if you wanted an as-built review of the certificate of compliance, that's something to account for too. But yes, I agree with adding the 20% retainer based on that amount.
Well, if we're gonna add, we should probably just make sure that we're accounting for it appropriately, so.
And that'll help with any possible delays if we run out of funds and there's another comment session needed.
Yeah,
But it's not gonna be our funds.
Correct, it's that on their expense, but we hold the money.
yeah.
The,
Do you see an issue with that, Glenn? Okay.
no, okay, good.
All right, so with regards to the project at 660 Main Street, SEC file number 25-72, I'd like to make a motion to accept the peer review proposal for $12,000 with an additional 20% stipulation built into that to account for additional meetings that may occur or additional work that may occur down the road.
Good. Second? Any discussion? I don't know if it's timely, but I'll bring it up now. I have a niece that works for Beals and Thomas. I just don't want to.
Yeah, I just beat him up in Templeton, so there might be a conflict, but.
You didn't beat my niece up.
No, their wetland line was kind of.
Your niece isn't Stephen Cody, is it? No, okay, so I don't.
Kidding.
So,
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
Sandra Munn in favor.
With regards to the project, 660 Main Street, STC file number 25-72, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until August 7th.
Thank you.
Second.
Discussion, I have a little bit of discussion. I am concerned about pollution on the site.
Yes, I'll wait to hear you. We do have letter both from DEP and the research and CMG, but with the LSP on talking about the closeout. Lauren does have a copy of this now.
I've got a couple extra copies I want to hand out.
So, okay, we don't need to do it now, I'm just making it, yeah. I just don't want you guys to be surprised.
Yeah, if I could through you. The staff has it, and if there's any additional information needed, CMG, who is an audience, can answer it in the future, but we believe we have, I believe he put enough information together showing that it's been closed out by DEP.
I know it's been closed out, I'm just afraid you guys are gonna dig it up.
We'll heed what you're saying, and we'll have that addressed by Mr. Magnuson.
I'll provide that letter for the peer reviewer as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Dick Goodwin in favor?
Sandra Money in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you very much.
Glenn, when do you think we'll get that updated plan so I can make sure that they have the most updated one, assuming we move forward with the review?
I could. The gentleman, Haley Ward, Mr. Haley Ward Group, I think he did say that we would submit what we have now and possibly play catch-up on that 4-bay coming in. We're ready to submit what we have.
Got it.
And we'll understand that that's going to be something clearly DPW wants and is going to be worked on. Might I ask for him to just address that one more time? Daniel?
I agree. It just makes sense if the peer reviewer has some initial feedback, say they don't like the 1 foot of freeboard, say they want 2 or something like that. Any kind of comments that we can kind of respond all at once, it makes the most sense to do so. But we have no issue with supplying that 4-bay as requested by the DPW.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan Minchoff, they're seating up here if you want to sit. There's more in the corner over here.
Yeah, anyone in the hallway, there is more seating.
Thank you.
All right, we are now at 6:45. Notice of intent for 235 Cedar Street. The owner is Brian and Brooke Dyer. Representative Mark Farrell. Greenhill Engineering, DB file number, and we have that, right? Yes, we do. Hey, Mark.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm Mark Farrell, Greenhill Engineering, and this is a plan for 235 Cedar Street for a single-family home. This property has a little bit of history, and I'm starting to kind of get understanding. So do you want me to describe this plan, or just go back to what I understand the history is? The short version.
Short version as it impacts this site.
So I think there was an original superseding order of conditions to put these driveway in about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I think they put them in, they never closed it out. And there was a new filing in around 2021 to address that original, that there was a couple things that weren't done. They didn't have culverts put in.
Yeah.
And they ended up, so 2021, Jalbert was proposing that. And I think with that filing, there's another lot that's tangled with it. And there is a replication that's ongoing, I believe, on another lot that's south of this.
Right.
And then I believe there might have been proposed some replication on this lot. That's kind of my understanding from what Lauren sent me. Is that a shortened version?
Shortened version, good.
So this here is is lot number 7, 235. So this driveway right here was put in some time ago, maybe 20 years ago, when they had that superseding order of conditions, I'm guesstimating. And then recently, they put a little ADS culvert down there, and I think that was something that had to be done with the 2021 filing. Unfortunately, this driveway does not meet the 12% requirement for Sturbridge. And the only way to make that is to realign the driveway, come here on the lower side of the lot, kind of go across the slope, and this just makes it, and then it ties back into the existing driveway.
Okay.
I spoke with the agent, and I'm going to flag this here. We're going to have Heather Blakely, the DPW director, come out there and see if there's any possibility to give a waiver to that requirement and then utilize this one here because it's already in, and this would require more clearing and more work on a slope above a wetland. Once you cross, this was an old Christmas tree farm, and the gentleman who bought it cleared the trees out, the old Christmas trees. They were overgrown. They were probably 20 or 25 feet tall. And proposing to put a small house here and reserve room for a future garage down the road possibly. So that's why I kind of shifted over this way so that he would have room over here away from the setback in order to get a garage down the road if they do that. Soil testing was done back here and proposing to put a raised system back here. So that'll be the house, a septic tank, a 1,500 gallon, 1,000 gallon pump chamber and pump up to the leach field here. This is the rear lot line. This is all vegetated, wooded area. And below that, there's a stone wall. On the other side of the stone wall is a bordering vegetated wetland. So this would be the 100-foot buffer to that wetland. And this is the 100-foot buffer to this wetland system in the front. And then there's another one, this whole area over here is in the 100-foot buffer. This area here is really flat. So on the downhill side, I propose to put straw wattles around the work area and also along the front to protect this wetland. And then if this driveway is used here, if this ends up being the driveway here, I have straw wattles below that as well. There's an existing well that was put in here, a well that's there, and it was, again, put in some time ago. And I'm not sure whether we can utilize that. I'm talking with Kenny from the Board of Health and proposing to keep that well. My recommendation would be keep it because it's already there, and to test it to see if it's clean, because upgrading it was an old landfill for Sturbridge. So if it comes up clean, then I would say use it. But if not, he'll have to put another well over here somewhere.
Okay. That's it.
A lot of things.
I was gonna say anything. No.
So, I'll start just with my comments on this plan first. One, Ken did say that he sees it as an illegal well and will not permit the use of the well. So, either I don't know if there's a way to get it permitted after the fact, or you'll have to apply a new one. So that's gonna have to be something that's reviewed. You've addressed my comment with the driveway that once that center line is marked, we'll go out with Heather, see if she can grant a waiver for that, so that way there's less disturbance within the resource area. You've answered a question about the garage, that is not part of this submission, but it may be a separate filing in the future. This does trigger the 500-foot buffer because of the slope. The whole property is within buffer as it is, but just to get those lines shown on here. There was some tree clearing that was done within the buffer zone as well. As I just mentioned, pretty much the entire lot is. So with that, I would like to see some type of landscaping plan to be able to restore that area. Let me see, where's the one that I'm looking for? So if you look from 2024, lots of growth in this area, and then you go to present day 2025, lots of trees cut down, nice little burn pit. There's some invasives growing along this area, so I would like to see a landscaping plan to go with this. Incorporating some native shrubs or along the buffer area. Already had talked about the well. I'd like to see some drainage structures on the plan, especially no matter what happens with the driveway, but trying to prevent any type of runoff that could be coming from Cedar Street down into that resource area. Possible options could be having a vegetative buffer that's maintained along this 25 foot on either side here. I mean, I know there's no clearing proposed up in that area, but maintaining a buffer here. Now, going back to the history of the project, which there's a lot of history with it. As Mark mentioned, that there is most likely an outstanding superseding order of conditions. I cannot find anything that has closed that out. I have not contacted DEP to see if they had anything that closed it out yet, but that's something that will have to get done.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So how does that work if they're not in full compliance with their superseding order of condition? How would they release it?
That's a great question. We're gonna have to figure that out.
Okay.
And that kind of brings me to the current order of conditions. So we have reports that show that supposedly the replication area was done, but the plan I want. Not what I want. Yes, it is. So these two lots have since been combined and developed on. There was a replication area here, and there was a replication area here, which is right in the middle of this wetland, which I'm still trying to figure out how there's a replication area in the middle of a wetland.
So I think what they did is, these were just, they took some old plans and they scanned them and tried to overlay them with current. So I think it's just, this one here was meant to be adjacent to the wetland.
So there's a driveway that's like right here.
That's the neighbor's driveway,
Yeah.
yes.
So I'm not sure how wide that spreads.
Yeah, because this is, if they do a replication, it would have to be right here.
Yeah,
The burn pit was right here roughly, and it would have to be, I had another plan that kind of showed some sort of sketch for replication in here.
Okay.
So I don't know if that might have been the 2021 Jalbert.
Okay.
2021
So this
Road.
yeah, so there was the ANRAD that was submitted in 2021. End of 2021, the commission approved a notice of intent and issued an order of conditions for the replication and for this culvert, which was supposed to be a 12-inch pipe with a foot of material over it, which I walked over. That doesn't feel like a foot of material over
Not a
it.
photo of the material.
That order of conditions remains open, and I understand the property has since changed hands. So I think there's a lot that needs to get done, but I think that one step that could be considered is, one, getting Ecotech on the site to figure out what they did, if it survived, if it needs to be readdressed, so we can kind of work with that. But the new homeowner we could take what was required for just this lot, incorporate that into a new order of conditions, and then that applicant could request a partial certificate of compliance to get him off of being associated with that order of conditions, which remains open for what is now these two lots, and have a new order of conditions that would include the work that was incomplete from the original order, plus whatever we agree upon with this project. But there's a whole lot that needs to be done and figured out. The ANRAD was accepted July of 2022 for the wetland boundary, which, essentially was filling a wetland, because there's no way that that cart path was created without filling a wetland. So it's just trying to figure out how we move forward from here. Unfortunate for the homeowner, but
Yeah.
you bought a property that's got a lot of history.
The, Mark, how does this replication area look?
I didn't look at that one, because that's not on, it's on somebody else's lot.
Right, yeah.
So I think that Ecotech, and I saw notes about Ecotech, and they're monitoring this, and I don't know the status of that. I could see work down there, but I didn't go there. I think that,
This was
can you go back to that
2022.
picture again, Lauren, please? So I don't know the status of that, but all three of these are tied together, one NOI. So Lauren was saying to somehow see if they could get this one out of that. And then I saw one plan that showed a little replication area up in here
Yep.
that I think would have accounted for what was here in the original. I think what was not done for that superseding order of conditions was a replication.
Yep.
And I think that Ecotech recommended that this culvert, so these would be hydraulically connected.
Right.
So, to the best of my, trying to go through all that stuff, is there is a small replication area over here, but Ecotech's on vacation. Scott McNanus is on vacation this week, right?
Paul's about to go on vacation.
He's about to go?
Going on vacation next week.
Okay.
So I think we have to do that there needs to be some digging and investigation. My recommendation is definitely getting Ecotech out there so they can verify what they did, if it's still holding, and then from there, figure out where we go. But I think we need more answers on where this was left off in 2022. It kind of it seems from all the records that I've gone back on, and you've got the report from 2022 from Ecotech on the replication, but it seems that since then, I searched through old emails and files, it kind of just fizzled out. And I know the property sold in 2023, so I think we need to pick it back up, see what needs to be done, and figure out how to move forward.
All right? Agree with that?
Yeah.
Well, the
I
only
mean, I
other
think,
thing
oh,
was that
sorry.
The culvert seems really shallow.
Well,
That-
and
that
it's
needs-
also,
Yeah.
if you get construction equipment going down there, not only is it shallow, but
It will get
it's
crushed.
gonna get crushed.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's probably gonna have to get dealt with in a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, under this plan, it was required for a 12-inch culvert with a foot of material above it.
Yeah.
And that's definitely not the case. But I think even from there, we could have an improved design if it's going to be knowing it potentially is going to be a driveway with construction vehicles. I think that it's even fair to say the requirement might be beyond that based off of what the proposed activity is.
Does anybody have a problem with Mark's plan, other than the history and correction of
Well, I think
back stuff?
there's a lot of.
Just saying, if we solve the,
Oh,
if we get the answers to the replication areas,
well, but we also need to get an answer on, like, I prefer this driveway not go in and take out a bunch of vegetation
Yeah.
in there. I'd prefer it, like, and all of these things cumulatively need to go into our calculation. I'd also like to see, because it's not on here, and I realize that a lot of these trees would be permitted for removal as part of the process, but it was done ahead of time. So, we'd like to see a vegetative plan, but like what was pulled out versus what is gonna be replaced and where it is, because this like seeing this here makes it a little bit, gives me a little bit more comfort, because I think that most of the trees that came out is probably inside of the 200-foot buffer zone, kind of in that little V there, in between the two wetlands. But I'm just going off of memory, so I'd like to see where the trees were removed inside the 100, or if any, God forbid, any of them were pulled out of the 50.
I can go down, I can do a tree map in here, I mean, all the stumps are there, so I can
Yeah.
go look at the stuff. I will exclude the Christmas trees, but the, you know, if it's any sort of pine or oak or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
And then I went back to 1990 and looked at the first, was it 90, the black and white ortho photos, and it was cleared back in the 90s. So basically, mostly cleared. It's hard to tell from the photos where the lot lines are, but I think it was cleared, and it's kind of, then they planted some Christmas trees, but I can go back and look for the, you know, any major trees that are been cut down, particularly in the buffer zone here.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I mean, other than that, and I gotta be honest, I didn't look all that close in it, because at the actual building and septic itself, because of all the other questions.
Yeah.
As I see it, there aren't a lot of things that cause me a huge amount of concerns,
Well, that's what I'm.
right?
Yeah.
There's nothing that jumps out at me,
Yeah.
but I haven't given it a real detailed look either.
I don't even, you know, I was down there when the Christmas trees were there, and you know, I don't know, we can't go back now, so it would seem to me we would move forward. And
I don't see any reason why we couldn't figure out a way to move forward. We just gotta clear some of these obstacles out of our way.
All right.
First and foremost, because DEP might, with that superseding order, they're gonna want that cleared before we do anything.
And one thing that we will have to account for, I doubt this will exceed the threshold, but because these lots were divided post-Wetland Protection Act, looking at the cumulative impact of all of the parent lots before they were divided, because it was one big lot that was divided in, you have, you know, I think that lot 5A, 6A, and 7A were absolved into what is now 8R. But at one point, you know,
Well, these were added to each
These were
individual.
all-
This was added, I don't know why, but I think there was an earlier plan that this was the rear lot line. And then this plan here reflects adding another 100 feet on the back for all these lots. I don't know why they did that, maybe to,
I don't think they did though, because
No?
yeah, when I look on the GIS, it says that this address is the 1.38 acres.
this,
But-
this is the way it stands today, but I think originally back.
These were combined and there's a house on them.
Right.
There's a house on this one, and I think that's all of that. So like I said, I don't think that it exceeds the threshold for disturbance, but we do need to look at that too.
Would it be possible to add the wetland buffers towards the road? I don't think they are in the
The
plan.
wetland buffers on my plan up here?
Yeah.
Yes. So Ed, you had mentioned something about a replication, I think it was on this side, but I saw some memo that just said that they prefer to do it on this side over here because there's steeper slopes over here. It'd be harder to achieve wetland hydrology on this side because of the steeper slopes. The lots to the south here, they all, for whatever reason, their wetland replication is on the roadside,
That was a lot flatter.
flatter. So I think that in this case here, this is clearly the best place to do the replication, in my opinion, and I did see a plan that showed it there, but Scott McManus might remember.
Yeah, well, yeah, because, I mean, where it showed on the overlay there, it's clearly not right, so.
Yeah.
In addition to having him get in, inspect it, make sure it's still operating as it was supposed to, we probably should get it on the plan exactly where it is.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
so we,
Another thing, like for me, if I may, the distance, I know that you cannot, it's very, very close from the edge of the wetland and the driveway, as well, if it's possible to
do
mark
what?
that. From the edge of the wetland to the driveway, it's, they're in the map, in the plans, it seems that they are touching, but I'm not sure if it's what's the distance between the wetland?
Okay, there's not, this driveway, this is currently there now, and basically, it's the driveway, and then it kind of slopes down the driveway fill, and then it becomes pretty much a wetland.
It's a raised driveway.
Yeah, slightly raised driveway.
Yeah. There's no distance between that and the wetland. None.
This wetland, it's the very upper reaches of the wetland too, and, I mean, I saw no evidence of any, where there's been standing water
Yeah.
or flow. So I don't think that, there's any amount of flow in here anyway. I mean, there's no water-stained leaves, there's no pathways where you can see water has flown. So I think the only time you might even see water in here is if we had inundating rains that basically just...
Seawater?
Not seawater. But it would be a pretty substantial storm, and then I think it would just soak right in. So I think most of the hydrology there is, the flow is subsurface.
Okay, so I'm gonna truncate this thing. We're gonna go to a continuation.
Okay, great.
And,
How much time do we need to research this?
Next meeting's July 17th, so that means that all new materials would have to be within 2 weeks. You can, reach out to Paul, because I think the
I think we got an
wetland
idea.
restoration
I'll
report was in
I'll call
Scott.
the DEP and just see what they do in a situation like that. I think that's, we'll get hold of Paul, and then we'll just,
Okay, so, maybe we put it for the 26th, at least we can have further discussion if there's some answers, versus having to wait until August 28th if we get some answers between now and then.
Okay, so continuation until July 17th. With regards to the project at 235 Cedar Street, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until the 17th of July.
do I have a second?
Second.
Having a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodman in favor?
And Sherman in favor.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks,
thank you very
Mark.
much. Have a good evening.
You didn't know you're gonna have to get out your notebooks and do a little bit research, huh?
No, I didn't. He said he told me when he bought it, there was no outstanding issues.
Famous last words.
All right, continuation of the public hearing, notice of intent for 263 New Boston Road. We've got a request for a continuation to the public hearing for July 17th.
You need Karsten.
Approve the request?
We,
You need
that's why.
process.
Okay, gotcha. With regards to DP file number 300-1166 at 263 New Boston Road, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing to July 17th, 2025.
Seconded by Fleur. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodman in favor.
And Sherman in favor.
Okay, we are now to notice of intent continuation, public hearing, notice of intent for 206 Hemlock Path. Nancy Mangari, applicant representative McClure Engineering, DEP file number 300-1233. Proposed project is a raise and rebuild of a family house. What are you up to?
So the McClures are out of town?
We needed a bigger table.
So we brought another group. You know Glenn? And this
Yes,
is one of our
I know you know.
architects, Jeff.
My name is Jeff Arthur,
Oh, the
out of
architect.
Florence, Massachusetts, principal of Meeting House Architecture.
Okay.
So,
We were, if I could say through the chairman, McClure wasn't going to be attending, couldn't attend. He had, I think he had some graduations that he had to go to, and then Bob Duff is on vacation. I was asked to look at the plan. The architect has quite a bit of statements, I believe, to be made, and I would just assume that the architect lead off on the statements. We did see the detailed agenda from your consultant, Lauren, and we understand many
but we'll see what the architect has to say, and then. Well, I think the clients, the two sisters, wanted to hear from the architect too, and then I have stuff to say that, whatever you don't bring in.
Well, I think, I mean, we certainly tried to hear what you said to us last time, although I should speak on my behalf. But we did hear what you said last time about,
We're going to do this as a duel?
no, no, she's,
I want nothing to do
she wants
with
her
that.
own show.
Oh, okay, right, that's the other sister.
They've met us before.
Two projects.
So we,
We're dealing
in
with one of the right
response to
spaces.
some of your
Two
comments.
separate projects.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in response to some of your comments, we thought that we definitely needed to address the environmental concerns as well as some of the architectural comments, and especially considering the McClure couldn't be here. You know, we reached out and said, okay, what do you guys suggest we do? And so this is what we came up with.
Oh, boy.
I know. And I don't know if you want to, who's starting? You?
So, any issues of site, I'm going to defer to Glenn.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions about the house design and the fact that we're trying to create something that is not overbearing on the site and is not out of place on the lake, I would like to speak to.
Okay, well, we really don't, we only sit on the land and the lake.
Oh.
You know, if you want to put the Eiffel Tower on the site,
We'll get going.
there's
Let's
nobody
start
here
with
that.
We're ready to talk then.
Yeah.
Thank you. The sisters did ask that, obviously, the architect had, if you had anything to say at the beginning, but.
Yeah,
but
I think
I'll,
it's a great house.
So here we go. Let's begin. Of course, we'll be waiting to hear from Lauren also, but what we suggested, EBT, was, well, first infiltration, mitigation, clearly, planting, the heavy planting plan on this site, 2 plants for each tree coming down. But we can start with potentially
Do you want the landscaping plan up or the site plan?
the site plan at first. We'll talk about infiltration first. One point of mitigation was we had the McClure and Mr. Easel. We had test holes done on both lots, but we'll talk this one. In order to determine this is a Situate soil, it's a C, hydrologic soil group C, and we wanted to make sure that we're putting back the roof runoff into the ground. And so on the calculations that you'll see on the new plan, I asked them also to show the calculations on the plan to show how much they were putting back in the ground at 1 inch in 24 hours. And on that, you can look at the plan, but I'll briefly just say that at 1 inch in 24 hours, this is Nancy, we had 218 CFS, the multiple Coltec units can hold. My son looked at it, said there was 10, I'm not sure there was 10, but 218 cubic feet, and what's required at 1 inch in 24 hours is 211. So we're over-designed for 1 inch in 24 hours now, and when a lot of, this is not a critical area. If it was a critical area under DEP regulation stormwater, then it would require 1. And if it was 5 house lots or greater, it would require 0.5 inches in 24 hours for a non-critical area, which is beaches, drinking water supplies, and cold water fisheries. So because we're not that, or not designated cold water fishery, even though we have some brown trout and big alum seem like they're breeding, but it's not designated. So we did go extra on the infiltration over what's required. The water table off the top, and it's in the sheets, I believe 8 feet down when they hit modeling. So it was good for being 2 feet off the water table with the bottom of the Coltec units. That being said, and I know there was some comments by Lauren in the detailed agenda about runoff coming out of the Coltec, because a lot of these can have overflows. In general, when we're doing 1 inch in 24 hours with that many Coltecs and over-design, if there's any weeping out, we don't normally see an erosion issue coming out of that many Coltecs with 1 inch, but we're going to heed what Lauren says, and we'll take a look at that and bring that back to the engineers. I did send her comments, the detailed agenda, to the engineers, and we believe, I hope I can say this because I didn't talk to the client, that there would be
it appears they're going to be needing for another continuance just to address the comments by Lauren, potentially.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Well,
that's okay.
McClure said enough stuff on commenting on Lawrence, because they had not seen Lawrence
Right.
until 12 o'clock or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
So I'm not saying there has, maybe I'm going to stop saying in that direction, because
Yeah, go the
maybe
other
my
way.
clients wanted this thing to be closed, because we do feel we put a lot of time into it, or they did. But that's one issue, to address all the issues. I thought I heard that email come in, that there was a lot to be answered. But that being said, that's the Caltech, stockpile area, protection, keeping the structure, in this case, there's 25 and 50. Outside that, it is a new structure going to the water. These, we did put in on this that there's going to be, this is a natural, if I can call it natural, there's no herbicides, pesticides, they don't mow this, this is not a deep green lawn because it's similar to my lawn, it just, whatever grows, that's what's there. Again, no herbicides, pesticides, or fertilizers. And that's on the plan. I thank you for telling me. That's how much it cost. I just got them from Staples, sorry. So, we'll, and then there was, again, pre-existing with a new house now. And we did talk to Jean Boubon and relative to any kind of zoning issues. And, if they come up, I know there was some question before I was involved, or we were involved, BBT, about size of structures. I believe they're kept on this lot, excuse me, and we can ask the client at the 14, maybe the architect, 1430 square feet. Might I ask, because I don't have everything off the top of my head, what the original structure was?
12, something.
Well, I did ask for charts.
That's habitable.
To table it up so that you could see everything. We do have it. Okay. So where's our 14?
14 is on there.
Yep.
1430 footprint,
And we had
up from
1256.
1256.
So, plus or minus, you're hearing the numbers. It's a minor increase in square footage with,
And it is on the footprint, it is directly on the footprint.
directly on the
for
footprint of the old
That's
house.
Foundation.
When that. Tree planting, 2 for 1, if we want the landscape plan, potentially, we could see that. That's the new plantings. Should I defer to the client?
There's a tree and a shrub for every tree that we're suggesting taking down. We also talked about, there are 3 there on the right-hand side. That would be the east. Oh, there you go. I know, don't point it in anybody's eyes. But over here, there are 3 trees. One is actually dead, the other 2 are on their way out. And whatever would be preferable, we're happy to top 1 or 2 of them if you feel that that would be good for the wildlife. One of them, for sure, the woodpeckers have been in, but we did add into this property a tree and a shrub for every one that we're proposing taking down. Don't know if you have other questions about that.
If I could, through the chairman, I believe the one pine that was dead, did talk about leaving it 12 feet high for habitat for wood.
Being on the back of the property?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that dead pine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Trying to move to make progress here, so.
Let's go. Okay. Thank
Right,
you.
and the back 3, these are not, our proposal to build are not dependent on these 3 trees. This was just, if we're getting someone out there to take trees down, maybe we can address them all at once.
Okay, so, from going from there, if you don't mind, we'll take your questions, or Lauren had
Yeah,
quite a
I
few
know you had a
different
few things
comments
down.
that you might come up with.
You've discussed a lot of it already. We talked about the sand beach at the last meeting. You just discussed all the stormwater improvements, which are a great improvement to the existing conditions. I think the only other thing that I'm seeing For the foundation drain that goes to daylight, I don't expect a lot of water coming out of a foundation drain, but I would still like to see some type of stone at the end of it, just at the off chance that you do have a lot of water that for whatever reason is discharging from the foundation drain. It's not just going untreated right into the lake, that there can at least be something to catch and slow it down. I think that's a simple fix.
Stone and filter fabric.
Yes.
Can we address at the same time you're talking through the chairman on that one issue? We have brought up the foundation, we got out of the water table, there was a sump pump on this house. With the test holes that we did, we're now bringing the foundation up high enough.
That's
to
correct.
Go through
Yep.
in order to be out of the water table with the bottom foundation, with the bottom, the cellar floor. And so now
Cellar
we're.
floor, is there a cellar floor in it now?
It's mud. Yeah, I mean, it's dirt.
It's dirt.
Dirt,
Yeah.
it's not
And there's a
full
sump pump in
foundation.
it, we did go inside, so with the test holes, again, we brought up, could you say how much you brought it up a few?
It was at least 18 inches.
To get it out of that water
And
table. Looking at the, if I could,
Yep.
Chairman, looking at the test hole data.
Yes.
But,
Are you
so
gonna-
there should be very minimal discharge coming out of the pipe, because we're now, Lauren and the commission, out of the water table.
That's right.
So it's a trick, but we'll put the stone at the end anyway. So we're daylighting that perimeter drain, instead of having the sump pump, that ancient sump pump method. Thank you.
Clearly, your comments pushed us to talk to some other people and find out, learn more about it, and,
I think that's how we came up.
yeah, I mean, that's,
That is how we came up. Thank you. Sorry, Lauren, through the chairman.
I think that addressed all my questions.
So now you're gonna pipe it to the lake? Is that what you're saying?
There's, when we bring it up, there's actually a low point it's facing.
Where is
the
that low point?
It's to the right. There was a,
oh, yeah, take your pointer back.
yeah. And, the
I'm not seeing
client-
your lighter. Right there?
The sump pump was down in here, that low point is in this V right here, and that's where we were gonna, that's what I saw, and I told McClure, there's that low point, look at the topo, make it where we can actually daylight it. Obviously, you have to daylight perimeter drains, unless you don't have a perimeter drain, or else you go all the way to the lake, but we don't need to, because the house is high enough up that we can daylight it.
Okay? You're gonna daylight
But
it?
we're still gonna put rock stone at the end of it, because that's what you're asking
Yeah,
for.
that's not an issue.
Even though it should be a trickle by this time. Sorry.
I don't know what you know, what are you looking for here?
I know what the client's looking for, and if it's minimal, if there's minimal to no other questions, because the beach question, I looked at the beach also, and we didn't have any overland flow going to that sandy area, so I didn't.
I don't know anybody on the Conservation Commission that, other than maybe Lauren, that was concerned
Well,
about the
Lauren
beach.
mentioned it, and we.
The beach was obvious. It was there.
It was more about if there was future erosion and sand was getting into the lake in the future.
And not
The-
putting more sand in.
And not putting more sand in,
Yeah.
but we didn't have overland flow going to that sand area, because we've seen those. I have one on Stiles where it's going into the lake, and we're diverting water and a finesse grading, I call it, to bring the water away from the upper part of the lot so it doesn't go over the beach. But we didn't have that here, but it should be addressed, that any kind of sand, if there was any more to be, well, it has to be beach nourishment, there's a regulation for it, it's under 1053, and there is to be no additional sand placed, and I'm not sure what other conditions Lauren, or the commission, I'm sorry, might put in it, but we take conditions on the sand, if there was a question to be made. Through the chairman.
Yes. Is that what you have to say?
That is what we have to, yes, the
Okay.
planting's done, the infiltration, we put all the mitigation that we could into this thing. The clients originally, I'd say one last thing, I know you got things to do, there was gonna be a drip strip instead of the infiltration. In the end, talking to the architect, talking to the engineers, wanting to see those test holes to make sure we were 2 feet off the water table, and at the same time satisfying that the bottom foundation was above the water table. That's all what forced those test holes. So I believe we've added everything that we've talked
We've
about
tried
and we've
to.
heard from the commission, as little as I've been involved, because I wasn't at the last
Right.
meetings.
No, I know. You weren't. So, but thank you for stepping up.
No, thank you.
Lauren?
I've asked all my questions and comments.
So does this landscaping plan meet your expectations?
Can you bring it up?
It's right there.
There it is. This, so you've got two trees on the waterfront, right?
Oh,
Right?
2 trees on the waterfront.
One there?
yeah,
Go on.
that's a different property. The other one's a different property.
Four.
So there's,
One tree.
so there's one tree on the waterfront.
And you're gonna cut down how many trees?
I believe there are 6 that are impacted with the construction. There are 3 more back here that are on their way out. So we're taking down 6.
I think all the other ones are up here. Let me see.
So there, I'm sorry,
They were marked
can you
on a
go
plan.
back? None of the trees are in the front of, none of them are on the waterfront. But if you look over here, we've got 3 more trees over here, another tree here, and I'm sorry, I kept the flowering dogwood that you weren't so thrilled about, but there's another tree
It is
there.
native.
It's beautiful. But, so that's, I mean, that, and 3, and 4, and 5, and then there are these, there actually should be 6. There's a third, but there's,
Mountain laurels
Yeah.
and things you put in.
so
They're all listed.
it is what it is. Yeah, I do have a list if you need it.
The engineer put the list on the plan. Those initials all stand for the different trees and bushes.
So now you will have no new structure within the 25 feet.
Correct.
Does that include the,
There's no new structure in the 50 feet either.
Either.
okay, so that's good. And the size that you're going from is 12 to 14?
Plus, yeah, we changed, yeah.
Yeah. What was it before?
It's actually on the bottom.
On the, on,
We have it right here, sir.
It's on the plan.
1256 to 1430.
1430. And what,
we
That
did,
that doesn't include the, just for clarity, and I don't know if this is a problem, but it does not include the garage coverage.
Yeah. Right.
So the house is going up modestly.
just for
and
the,
the deck has been cut back and the stairs removed, so we're further back from the water than the last time we were here.
That's right.
yeah. You are?
We are. The deck has been cut down by a few feet and the stairs removed to the side so that it didn't have that additional bump out in the front. So we are,
This is the new plan here?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
Like, if there was an overlay, the deck came out further?
it did.
Yeah, didn't it touch or slightly go into the 50 at a certain point?
It was
I
4
honestly-
feet, it was 4 feet over.
That's what I thought,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Like, I know it was a little bit, but not a lot, but this is better.
There are too many moving parts.
So you were on Zoom and looking at something that was different.
Yes, that too, right, exactly.
See,
Okay.
a problem that I see with this plan is, we want to protect the lake.
We agree with you. We want to as well.
Well, go back to the planting. You're not working on the lake. You're working on the back.
I'm not taking anything down on the waterfront?
I'm giving you an impression, my
Thank you.
impression. Now, so we got 25 feet to the front, where there's no structure. We got 50 feet to the front where there's no structure. So from that point of view, the only thing we have is that we are increasing the size of the building from, tear down to a larger size. Just to go through, our 25 feet is no new structure. 50 feet is no new structure. And going on 100, we still have concerns, and, 200 we have concerns too. My feeling is that to make this plan something that I could vote for, I'm not pleased with the expansion of the size of the house. But the part that I have a problem with is that the whole waterfront area here is really not being addressed.
Well, but it's, I guess, I think that's being a little unfair because they are putting some plantings there. They're not pulling anything out of there. So there's a marginal improvement there of the trees that are going in on either corners. Now, we could have a discussion about adding a second substantial tree down next to that first tree in the top corner. I think we could have but I think it's unfair to say that, it's not an improvement.
What?
I think it's unfair to say it's not an improvement over as it stands right now, because there's nothing down there right now, it's just wide
It's not an
open.
improvement. And
Well, no, there is, because they're adding one tree. I don't have my clicker.
right here, it's all right, I see it.
They're adding that tree up there, and then down here, right at the 25, down towards the bottom of the property, there's those 3 trees that are gonna be going in there. Those are probably shrubs.
To the back, you mean?
Down towards, yeah, just see that real quick? Down towards
What are they?
B4.
Yeah, I think the thing we need is, what are they? We've gone through Paradise Lane, Bill, and we lost that battle heartily. And we need to buffer the front, the 25 feet. We have it. It's called a waiver, okay? In order to
But
build
we're not-
this house.
They're not going into the 25.
Let me, in order to build this house, the additional size that they want, and in the 100-foot buffer, they require you to give them a waiver.
I understand that.
Okay.
They
The issue
are
is,
listening to our feedback and providing additional shrubbery, additional plantings.
right,
Now, we
and
can-
that's
we
what I'm
can
trying
ask
to give,
for
I'm
more.
trying to give more, I'm asking for
Okay,
more, that's
all right.
where I am.
All right.
Do we have batteries?
Put your hands down for a few minutes. Go back, if we can go back to, that just showed it down off the side. If we can build, if our planting plan,
Yeah, I was trying to pull up
Everybody else
the
see the picture.
pictures for the existing conditions because there is,
I'm sorry, I didn't bring photos.
I'm trying to look at it in the satellite image
Yeah.
as well, and it seems that it has trees in the front.
what?
It has trees in the
Yeah.
front of the, like in the lake front
Yeah.
as well. So although they are not, the trees are not marked in the plan, it appears that the area is already wooded.
Nah, not ostensibly. Can we go back to the planning plan again? That's probably where we're gonna have the discussion. We need along that property line, that's it, right there. We need plantings that will buffer the lake from silt and runoff, whatever, and augment the lake. And we probably need, I think we need an additional canopy tree. What's this one here that you have planned, Glenn?
Excuse me?
I can't. It's a birch or a pine. I'm sorry, it's 2 different kinds of birches, I believe. Black birch or,
Yeah.
No, black birch is not a canopy tree.
Oh, no. No, black, sweet birch, black birch,
Yeah.
tula. No, they grow into a large tree.
How large?
40, 50 feet easily. Black birches, it's not like the gray birch, which is a successional tree.
Yeah.
No, black birch grow into as big as a
Okay.
a
All
paper
right.
birch would.
And one more over
Yellow
here.
birch.
And I plant an area of plantings, of ground cover, to,
I'm listening.
that would satisfy me as far as the project is concerned. I'm just going to,
So if they take, basically put bookends on either side of the property, they already have the black birch there, and they do another one towards the bottom of the property.
right,
With an area of plantings.
on both of them. Around both.
Around both of them, so basically on the corners of the properties, right? What size area would satisfy you? What's the distance?
Well, they'd have to look at it. He could look at it and know what it, you know, something like,
fit in there?
10 feet on either side by
Yeah.
3 to 4 feet,
Well,
something like that.
Spacing.
And I'm just trying to think of a way where we can see if we can get this approved tonight through conditions. If Lauren's concerns are covered and your concerns are covered, I see no reason to hold this up another 3 weeks if we can get to an accommodation. through
Well, one
conditions.
reason is that we've had problems with that on Paradise Lane. Next thing you know, you gotta call them, we gotta go out there, and that they built the house into the,
Well, if we put it as part of the order of conditions, it's covered, and then we ask them to put it on the plan before they start work.
that I can have no problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would be proposing here, as a method to try to get moving forward. Can we agree that an additional black birch would be put down at I don't know, north, south, east, west, but the
There's
exact
the north
north
arrow there, so that would be the
with approximately
northwest corner.
10 linear feet of additional plantings surrounding both of them, right, as
Yes.
a condition, right?
What I would like to say is, like, looking at the satellite images, it seems that the area, it's already has a lot of trees there. So even if we plant something, it will not grow, it's going
Will
to
not grow.
encroach. See, like, oh,
I
there it is.
think you're getting an illusion from the.
No, she's absolutely right.
They are like trees, they are pine trees.
Yeah.
Fully mature trees, very tall,
They are pine trees.
Well, maybe-
and they're not allowing our other plantings to grow.
So
Understory plans.
just like to mention that we can request like a planting, but a planting that may not survive or will create encroaching, maybe it's like something that is going to be worse for the, they will have like to come like in a couple of years,
Right.
like, to take it out. So that's kind of like what I wanted like to mention.
Okay, so how do we move this forward?
Yeah, that's the question.
Would you be satisfied with a condition of requesting an additional planting that they agree to that will be validated by our agent as to whether or not it's necessary based on the vegetation on site? And then we don't have.
No, I think it's something we need to vote on as a committee. Well, they bring it to us and then we validate it as a committee.
So, in other
That would be what
words,
we did for
you're
the
proposing that if it's deemed that a planting would not be viable, that they come in front of us as a minor change for us to remove that request.
Right.
Okay. Would that be, that would be permissible? If we condition a planting, right, with the understory plantings also in that, and it's determined when you're in your project that it's not going to be viable because there's already sufficient vegetation there, then you will come back in front of us and ask for a minor change that we don't have to do through a complete application process, right?
That works.
Would that work?
You can put it
And
as a
do
note on
visual
the
protection through
as-built
the
too.
Plan.
To the plant, to the actual plant. What did
You
say?
can put it as in the vegetation, like where I put the landscaping and vegetation plantings, and then you can kind of make it redundant as part of the certificate of compliance requirements too, considering it a deviation from the approved plan, that if there's any deviation, that it needs to be a narrative explaining why, and then there's 2 points that they could either, if they know ahead of time, they can present it as a minor change. If they do plant it and it isn't able to survive because of the canopy, so basically it kind of covers it in 2 areas.
So either way, if that.
But it requires some type of approval from
Some sort
you.
of approval from us.
Yes.
Right. And then that protects what you're looking to do.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that would be,
Okay.
I don't have any other, sorry if I took up too much time at the last meeting and I've taken up too much time at this, but I think it's important that we start to protect the.
Nobody's disagreeing with you, Ed. We're just trying to figure out a way to accommodate and get it done. So that's fine. That's fine.
All right?
Any other public comment before I make a motion to close the public
Wait,
hearing?
no. We gotta give them along, they're asleep, we gotta make, yeah. If somebody has something they wanna say.
Oh,
I just want to say, there are 3 to 5 full-size mature pines in the front, protecting the front. And there are also 2 maples in that corner. You're not going to get another birch in that corner. And I know that you saw that. It's not an illusion. We're not Paradise Lane, but it's fully protected from the shore on that side of the property. Sorry, you can take all your.
You can go take a look at it.
Feel free.
The feeling that I got is that you had 2 big trees on your property, between the 2 of them, just 2 big trees on the property between the 2 of you, and they were both gonna come down. That was the on-site feeling that I got. And scrubby stuff all over the place. Yes.
Yeah, full-size pines, and I have taken pictures of them because they're gorgeous, and they are fully mature and protecting of the shore.
Well, we can adjust that if necessary. But
Eric,
just
before
trying to
you,
figure out a way to move forward tonight.
Thank you.
With
I will show up if you will do that.
protections on both sides.
Yes,
Okay?
thank you.
I agree with you.
In infiltration which was heavy for this project.
Yeah. So with regards to the project at 206 Hemlock Path, I'd like to, DP file number 300-1233, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Close the public hearing. All right, go ahead.
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Sandra Romano in favor.
With regards to the project at 206 Hemlock Path, I'd like to make a motion to provide a waiver for the tree removal within the 25-foot buffer.
okay. That's these trees back here.
Yes,
The dead trees.
Thank you. Outside, second.
Not one needed for 50.
Huh?
Not one needed for the 50.
Not one needed, 50. Okay. All right. All right.
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Sandra Romano in favor.
Okay. With regards to the project at 206 Hemlock Path, DEP file number 300-1233, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project with the conditions outlined by the agent in the detailed agenda and the additional conditions discussed during our public meeting today, specifically regarding the additional plantings and the at the corners of the property to have the black birch on either side, and also some understory plantings to protect the wetland as well.
Have a second?
Second.
8 seconds. You beat you. Discussion? And then all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Sandra Romano in favor.
With regards to the project at 206 Hemlock Path, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions that we've already discussed, and an additional condition that the applicant should post a surety in the form of bond or deposit to the town of Sturbridge in the amount of $2,500 to hold a surety until a certificate of compliance is applied for and issued.
Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
Sandra Romano in favor.
All right, and one more time?
Nope, I think we got 206 done. We only needed 4 votes on that one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now we go to 208.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Thank you. I warmed up listening to what he said.
I was gonna say, she stayed to support you. You should stay to support her.
No, she's not, she doesn't
Came
know
in the
me
same. She
anymore.
doesn't know you anymore. I got my permit.
Yeah,
There's that 10-day appeal process. You can submarine her if she's not.
she's my older sister, do I dare? No.
Oh, you do. All right, continuation of public hearing. Well, the notice of intent for 208 Hemlock Path, owner Susan Cook, applicant Representative McClure, Engineering, DEP file number 300-12-1234. Proposed project, raise and rebuild single-family house. All right? You're on.
My interpretation is that the only issue is of the, what we're calling the boathouse, which is essentially just a place to sit and read.
For the architect, only issue.
Okay.
For me, the only issue. We're mimicking the exact size and footprint of the boathouse.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be used for boats. It's going to be used for the occasional kayak storage and looking at the water. We're just going to rebuild what's there. So we're not going to do a separate Chapter 91.
Okay. So you're going to repoint what's there?
We're going to raise and rebuild exactly what's there.
And also, the thing that's called a dock is not actually a dock for, ooh, can I talk?
Yeah.
Sorry. It's not actually a dock for a boat. It is a platform that goes off the front of the boathouse.
Do you have a design for what you're looking at? I mean,
Yes.
Pulling that up right now.
That's a dock and more a deck.
Yes. Yes, and I asked my sister, I know it's too late, but I asked her to, take the kayak over, and, if I may, take a picture. It actually sits on these, rocks. Oops, no, this is just how awful it looks. It sits on, just sits on these, so it doesn't really kind of go into the water. But I never thought to ask for a picture of it. So she kayaked over.
So dimensionally, the structure is going to be exactly the same. We're just going to rebuild it, and it's going to be a simple structure for getting out of the sun and looking at the lake.
Storage of,
have a roof on it.
It's going to have a roof on it, yes. Yep. It's not conditioned, but it is usable.
So that deck dock, though, it looks like the footings are physically in the water, or at least towards the front. So is that secured at all?
Our plan was to demolish those pieces that are in the water, pull those out, and then cantilever from the ground. We're not going to touch the water at all. We're not going to have posts touching the ground, nothing.
Or
Nope.
anything in there?
The weight and the design of helical posts on the bank is going to secure the cantilever so that it doesn't touch the water and it doesn't interact with the shoreline at all.
And that's all going to be done inside of the footprint of of what's already there?
Bingo.
Not gonna go up
That's right.
on Deck now.
no.
Not at all.
That's the basic premise of our law, is it? So it's grandfathered in, it's there, so it's grandfathered.
Yes, thank you.
So what is the, on the boathouse, or just off the boathouse? There seems to be an extension of the dock widthwise,
So,
or lengthwise versus, and a shrinking widthwise?
Yeah.
Is that, is
that's
that-
inaccurate, not to throw the engineers under the bus, but Nick and myself, we did measurements of the existing boathouse. It's falling down, but we did existing measurements of it, and we're going to mimic it exactly.
On the boathouse?
And the
but
dock as well, the
You
dock
can
as
see how
well.
there's an overlay there.
It's
that-
going to be exactly the same, and I apologize for their line work.
Oh, that's fine.
So this doesn't exist.
That exists, but it's going to stay the same size. The plan, if I could thread,
Yeah.
it does show an extension to the right or to the north, and that doesn't occur.
Right.
That it is going to be the same dock size as it is. It's well under the 600 square feet required, I believe, Mike, we
Can I ask you a
calculated.
question?
Yes, sir.
There's a gray area that's called boathouse.
Yes, sir.
Is that the size of what you're gonna make?
Yes, it is. That, if we could say through you, that originally was larger.
This is, what?
That's going to stay the same, too.
There's a dock there now?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
there
sir.
is.
Yeah.
No,
It's this up to
it's
that.
this right here.
What holds it up, ma'am?
It's cantilever cleaver.
It's cantilevered, and there's posts right on the water line.
Okay,
All right.
I got it.
We're going to make it much better.
I was out there and I looked at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody dares walk on it because they thought they'd be, yep.
Least of all me. Yeah.
I'll stand on the backside so you can move out towards the water.
I don't know that that's gonna.
We'll use a fulcrum.
He's your cantilever.
I appreciate that.
Now, are you outside of the 50
Yes, with the house itself?
Yes.
with all of the new structure?
Yes, we are.
Yes. What was that? Ours is dead, but
Yeah,
the
ours-
second orange line coming up is the 50. Thank you for that. So yes, there's our 50. There's the structure, and it is outside of it. 25, 50.
And I wouldn't be doing my job as an architect if I didn't note that this area of the floor plan does not actually touch the ground.
Oh, okay.
That is cantilevered as well,
All right.
just so you're aware.
And the lot coverage on this one went up marginally compared to the other one.
That's right.
And what was
From
the- what were
10.9
the
to
two-
12.5.
What did you say?
It's currently, as it sits, 10.9, and it's moving to 12.5, so still within the 15%. And the square footage is currently 940 and moving to 1,200.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. Okay. And, I mean, if you, similarly, black birch is on the plan there, and then high butch blueberries down there, what's AW stand for?
I think that's Arrowwood.
Arrowwood, okay.
Northern Arrowwood.
Yes, you, he likes it, yeah.
Lauren?
Oh, and I'm sorry. I did it twice.
My grandmother does it worse, so.
You have 5 to go through?
She goes through all the boys first. So one comment that has already been addressed on the site plan, both houses say 206. McClure has already addressed it, and I know that you had noticed some errors with the names on there. Those have been revised. I think that we should just eliminate the term boathouse.
Because
Because
trying to rebrand
I
it.
think it's more of a shed than a
It is.
boathouse, where the
It
boathouse,
is.
I'm thinking of what we see where you're actually pulling your boat in and it's over the
It's a
water,
reading
and I think
shed
that's
and a deck.
misleading.
She shed.
Yeah.
She shed.
Okay.
I think for the sake of future projects that may come before us and be referenced, that we just not call it a final plan just be submitted that calls it a shed or something else instead of a boathouse. As far as the dock/platform, is it overhanging on the water?
It is, and it will shade the water in the exact same square footage that the existing one does, but it won't touch.
So
Can I show you the route?
I would assume that it would still need a Chapter 91 filing, because if a cantilever dock needs a filing, even
Yeah.
though it's not having anything permanent,
Right.
that would still need a Chapter
And if
91
it's a-
filing.
If it's a replacement of the exact square footage,
There's probably not a Chapter 91 filing for what's there now. So I would like to recommend that you have that as a condition. If you apply for a Chapter 91 and DEP Waterways says, no, this doesn't require it, then just submit us that information that verifies that. But I think that's still gonna need a Chapter 91 filing. Also, I would request that at some point our office have architectural plans for we're gonna call it a shed, the shed, as well as this deck.
I really like boathouse. Growing up, boathouses were,
I'm doing one on Webster Lake. It's a boathouse.
I think I would just be very cautious with the terminology based off of where we've been and where we're going.
everybody's got a
Exactly.
shed. Not too many people have boathouses.
Right.
That don't serve
There's
the
very
boats.
few.
can't do that one as well.
Okay. Can you send me PDFs of this as well too, so I don't have to scan it? So that would be my other thing, is having architectural plans of this so we can file that, but, still needing I think it's still gonna need a Chapter 91 filing. Other than that, I appreciate you taking consideration into all the stormwater recommendations that I had, because, I mean, for both sites, that's a great improvement for something that is not there and that water not being pre-treated. Obviously, you all will not be the owners of the property forever, but it is nice to see lakefront properties that don't have green lawns. It's,
That's how this
natural
is,
as
yeah.
how it is. So
Very good for that. No-
I appreciate you taking the time to put in that work to make those improvements to the stormwater retention too.
Anybody in the audience like to speak to this? Sister has her hand up, but I'm.
Oh, please.
No, my hands are locked.
Do I have a motion?
Were you done, Lauren? So,
I'm sorry.
Good to go.
you're good? Okay, I just want to make sure. With regards to DEP file number 300-1234, that's cool. At 208 Hemlock Path, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Flora. Discussion? Anybody in the audience? None, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaston, in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor.
San Germano in favor.
Is it improper for me to make a waiver for two separate items, both the 25 and the 50 together, or do I need to do them separately?
Since this, you can do them together, that's fine, but I would still do the new structure in the 50 simply just for the fact that even though it's going in the same footprint,
Yep,
one's
yep.
coming out, one's going back in, so it's technically new.
That's fine. I'll just do them together, but I'll declare them. With regards to DEP file number 300-1234, 208 Hemlock Path, I'd like to make a motion to provide a waiver for the disturbance within the 25-foot no touch and also the new structure inside of the 50-foot no structure.
Second.
Seconded. Discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
San Germano in favor.
With regards to the project at 208 Hemlock Path, DEP file number 300-1234, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Wetland Protection Act with the pursuant to the draft order of conditions and the conditions that were discussed by the agent in today's public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
San Germano in favor.
And finally, with regards to the project at 208 Hemlock Path, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the conditions as already agreed to, and that the applicant should post a security bond in the form of paper bond or cash deposit to the town of Sturbridge in the amount of $4,500 to hold a surety until a satisfactory completion of the project.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin in favor.
San Germano in favor.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your patience and all your help with the project.
Appreciate your time.
I don't want to be morbid, but you commented on the 1, 2, 3, 4. My husband loved numbers, and he died on 012324.
Oh.
I thought he was going to die on the 22nd, but he didn't like the numbers.
Big into numerology. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for inviting us.
He's gonna call me tomorrow.
Yeah.
Get this back to you.
Oh, thank you so
No,
much.
thank you.
Oh, jeez. I just gave them all.
Couldn't get it going.
So it's another one that
Public
died, that happened
hearing
last time
for
too.
notice of intent for 57 Bennett's Road.
Congratulations.
Owner applicant Danny Minchow.
Oh, perfect.
He file number 300-1237. Proposed project, landscape.
Good evening. Mike Tebow, Landscape Evolution. You've seen me before. Ian? Okay, sounds good. All right. Since you saw this last time, there's definitely been some changes made. I don't have a pointer, but the proposed shed is gone. And the area where we have a proposed stone patio, really that area is already sort of used as a sitting area, and the soils are very compacted there. So I honestly think that this stone patio with the wide joints with a crushed stone base is going to actually help out infiltration in that area. And honestly, that the waterfront, other than the 20 feet in front of that patio area, is fairly well vegetated. There's, even to the sides of that patio area, there's two very large, sort of mature high bush blueberry bushes, and, there's trees and so forth. So that 20-foot area just really needs help in terms of stabilization and planting. So on this plan, what I have is there's 4 sweet pepper bush on the sort of to the front corners of that patio, and then pretty extensive use of the sedge and sweet flag, actually for a total of about 30 feet of that frontage. And along with that, I think it needs the help of a core log, because it's really midway in the banking. It makes quite a drop, and I think that core log is going to help stabilize it until those plantings can mature and take hold. So that, in addition to that, I guess I think there's a concern about that banking is currently mulched, and I can definitely see where that's just gonna, it's gonna end up in the lake. I think there was some mention of core mat, but I don't know. Personally, I've used river rock along with the core logs. I think the core mats don't really allow that herbaceous type of planting to spread as well, whereas something like that river rock would allow the plants to initially establish, and then
Where is that going to be? How close to the water is that?
There's a picture I had submitted. I don't know if that can be pulled up or not.
Oh, it's back up. It's our last surviving one right now.
Careful.
Now it won't work.
Did the battery fall out?
No, it's
Just the back.
There's the cover. We'll get that put back together.
Thank you.
There we go. All right, so there's stone currently along the edge, but this sort of this middle zone is steep, and there's not much of anything on other than the mulch currently. So I have the core log. It's kind of didn't come out too dark, but the core log is right here, stake core log, and then in front and behind, all these little circles are the sedge and sweet flag plantings, so the river walk I'm proposing use that just in front of the core logs, just to stabilize that while the plantings mature, and that's pretty
What's
much.
the core log made out of?
It's coconut.
Coconut?
Coconut
Yeah,
fiber.
yeah, coconut husk. Yeah. That's what you see in that picture I just sent around as well. The idea, the core log is they last 4 to 5 years, and you really want your plantings in that time to establish and take over, right? So, it's the temporary, and honestly, that river rock, visually, it's, when you first plant, it's very apparent, but once the plantings mature, it's not going to be it's not going to be seen, but it will help with the establishment. So, I mean, that area, probably the water softener, backflush area, the stairs, and then this retaining wall, probably are 4 areas to talk about. And I don't know if I should just, discuss one at a time, or whether, you know,
No, go through them, and then we'll go through them.
yeah, okay, all right. Let's see, so, in addition to that, I mean, there's a lot of circulation going through this area, so I was proposing these stepping stones that are very well spaced, and just to, honestly, I think it will allow vegetation to grow around it, so they'd be using the stones instead of trampling everything. And then the water softeners is obviously causing a lot of problems right now, and we actually talking to Dan. He would prefer to use a structure, buried structure, such as this infiltrator system, which is basically a leaching chamber. So I'm gonna pass that down. You know, obviously to eliminate the erosion that's happening, and you know, Dan did look in with a number of different companies that handle water filtration, and they basically all told him the same thing, that he needed this type of system because of the water quality in that area. So we think the best thing to do would be to let the soils to filter it and, you know, get it underground to handle the,
You think he can dig that in?
yeah, I think so. Yep.
Problem that I have with it, I would need to see some water softener results as far as what, because I know it's exiting my house. And I'd be concerned with putting it in lead mine. We're only talking 3 feet, 4 feet to the lake. You know, I'd have a problem with that. If you came back to me with some test results that said that, you know, putting salt and iron mix into the lake is good for it, well, then I'd be able to deal with it. But I don't know how much infiltration you're going to get. Can you put it in your septic?
That's not advised.
Not advised, and it's...
What?
That's not advised. It's,
By whom?
yeah, it's going to fail the system, I think, over time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my understanding.
That's where mine goes.
Yeah, okay. Is it, yeah. No? Anyway.
I know what it looks like, so I really... Yes.
Yeah. Right.
I have a question. Would it be possible to, or maybe you know it, the distance between the water and the stepping stone walkway
Yep.
and the house? Do you have that distance?
So, between from the water to the
Yeah.
these stepping stones, it's about 15 feet.
15 feet.
And
is that delineation of the water? I'm saying, like, looking at the satellite image. And it seems that it's much closer, and it appeared like the border, that distance would be more of the border of the land and not the border of the lake. Do we have the delineation of the lake?
on the, it's in this area. I have some dimensions of it. I mean, the plan is drawn to scale.
While he's looking for that, Ed, the septic system's across the street on the other side of the house,
Idea.
way up
I'm
in the
not saying
back.
that it's not.
So to get it there would be, I don't know how that would happen.
Yeah.
Be a huge project.
All right, I can say from here, it's to the shoreline is 28 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the shoreline goes in?
And so this would be about 20 feet from here. And that's why I said from the edge to here, about 15 feet.
Is there going to be any vegetation between the stepping stone and the water?
There is currently, yes.
Is that grassy area going to be maintained?
I think what I'd like to see is a ground cover in that area.
Yeah. It seems, when we walked there, like it seemed that it was quite close to the water. That's why I was asking the distance.
All right, so the stairs over here, there's a lot of tree roots and whatnot, so I'm not proposing to dig those in. This type of step that I have a picture of here. Essentially, it's just placing a riser stone, backfilling it with a crushed stone, and then a capping stone, which forms the step. Could be built right on top of way above what's existing, without disturbing the roots, and again, kind of gives slows the water down, and I think it would help with the any erosion issues on the side of the house, and allow access.
Generators.
So,
Is the
yeah.
fire pit coming out? Or is that gonna be in the middle of, like, is that gonna remain?
There's no permanent fire pit there.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you can tell me there is, what I'm saying. One right here. So, is the fire pit is that coming out to where the stone patio is gonna be, or is that still gonna be in that area?
This patio is pulled back 3 feet from where that current fire pit is, and we're not proposing any kind of masonry or permanent fire pit there. I can't guarantee there won't be a solo stove at some time, but there's no fire pit going to be placed there. Yeah.
Lauren, what are your thoughts?
Couple of things. Did you explore the options of doing a holding tank for the discharge of the water softener?
I know Dan had looked into some different options on that, but
Those are the ones that they recommended.
Okay,
You mean a totally enclosed system, like a mini
correct.
septic system down there?
In my way up.
It has to be pumped?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if that option was something that was looked at. I have not seen this, so give me 2 seconds.
and that's essentially it's an infiltration chamber.
Originally,
I'm not gonna read this verbatim right now, but. So this was what was recommended by the water service companies.
wind water.
What are you proposing for erosion controls during the project?
A silt fence at the, not silt, excuse me, straw wattles along the whole bottom edge.
Okay. Thank you for adding the core log to the plan, because I do believe that will help with that erosion that you're currently seeing in your area, especially if you look in the front area of your lake, you do have quite a bit of vegetation, even more so where that water softener is discharging. So I hope to see improvements in that area if the project moves forward and gets approved. One comment that came up at the last meeting was if the commission approves the stone retaining wall and these steps, is there a possible impact to the root systems of the tree here and the trees here? And if you suspect there is not, I would like to include something in the order of conditions that specifically says that if those trees are root systems are impacted and they don't survive, that they be replaced. And then in addition to that, I have it in the detailed as well, but providing a brief maintenance plan just on the homeowner's obligations to inspect the core log to make sure that it's maintaining its integrity, replanting vegetation if it dies off, as well as cleaning out the leach pit on an annual basis too.
Great.
And that would be something that I would require gets recorded with the deed as well. So that way any future owner is aware of that obligation if they check their deed.
Comments? Eric?
I have a few. I'm struggling with this one, because, I mean, obviously, there's a number of new structures and a number of things that are gonna go not only just inside the 50, but inside of the 25. And I'm struggling with the idea that the plantings are enough to offset the work that's being done. So, Lauren, sanity check me here of the performance of this site as it stands right now for the wetland, as it sits right now, versus if we were to provide the waiver and approve this project. I'm failing to see a net positive here. So that's, if I'm gonna make an exception, I need it to be in better state afterwards, not just aesthetically, but wetland performance-wise. I need it to be in better shape than it is right now. And I'm struggling to even get to even, let alone better than.
One area that really stood out to me, and it was not on the original plan, was all of the erosion that's being that's currently going on in the bank. There's mulch that's being washed in. The stone, I would assume at one point the stone wall was a significant stone wall that is just slowly washed in, but that's a whole separate project in itself to try and replace anything. And also what we're seeing with the salt deposit directly into the lake, I mean, you can see the weed vegetation in the lake stronger in that area. As far as the change, so that addresses, the direct bank impacts in there too, which I think we'll have to go back and take a look at the original notice of intent application and might have to update the bank impact on the original application. As far as the patio, I can't really say that there's something that's countering it. Maybe since the shed is off the table, we can restore some vegetation. There's a lot of site coverage on this between the house, the stairs, and whatnot. I'm just trying to go back in my memory of the site conditions.
When we installed the water softener system, or back when we put the well in about 10 years ago, there were two pipes coming out of the house, like almost every house has, and that just ran right down into the water.
Yeah.
And we never really thought about it, ecologically. We just did that's what they did. The contractor did it, and we never, thought twice about it. But then it was causing a problem in the house it gets all over the house and was staining the house. So we put it down a downspout, which I talked about last time. It comes down the side of the house, and then it's more of a gradual flow into that area. So that was a little bit of improvement. It doesn't come just gushing out down there like a flood. So that slowed it down, so it wasn't as bad. Either that or just a hand-dug pit is going to make that, I think, immensely better as far as slowing everything down. and trying to get it down deep and not have any surface water.
Yeah, and I have no doubts about that. We just need to be very careful about, I mean, everybody's project they want to get done, and we need to be very careful about protecting the wetlands, and we need to be very careful about protecting precedent and making sure that we have well-reasoned decisions for providing the waivers and the exceptions that we provide. And, you know, when you move from, and there's not a lot of lot down in front of the house, right? You know, there's not a lot of room down there. So to permit additional work that close to the waterfront, where all of this stuff is inside of the 50-foot and some of it is inside of the 25, the expectation is there's going to be an offsetting net positive that we can stand on and defend when other projects come in front of us, because we need to treat everybody reasonably and fairly. So, you know, I guess what I would like to see from this is some thought as to what additional steps can be made to improve the overall performance of the site with regards to the wetland that would justify us making a waiver and approving a project like this. I'm not trying to hassle people, I'm just trying to find a way to get to an accommodation. I don't know that it's possible either, and so it might be an untenable thing to get there, because it's a tough site because it's very tight. And I understand the safety aspects of the stairs going down the opposite side of the house, and having that, the roots and the gravel going down there and all of that stuff. But just looking at it being on site, looking at what's requested here, you know, and I'm just one vote, but I would like to see a little bit more thought put into what are the, and I don't have an answer for you, and maybe this is something you and Lauren can talk about some ideas to improve the condition of the site overall, that we could get to the point where we could have a discussion about, yes, but based on what I see right here, I'm not quite there. So anyway, that was my 2 cents. I'll yield.
Well, I think we have to take it to a vote or take it to a continuation. Myself, I'd like to see more information. I understand the dilemma you're in with regard to the water source. But I really don't think the lake is the solution. And that's what we're looking at right now. But you could, if you found somebody that was an expert, said it was not going to harm the lake to put all that salt and rust in. Do you use an iron out or a tree?
Iron out?
Iron out, yeah.
We have a salt berm filter.
Yeah. You put anything in it?
No, we talked about the potassium, is it called chloride?
Chloride, yeah.
And that's apparently not a better solution.
Yeah. But, so do you want us to take a vote,
Like
or
to
do you
look
want
into
to
this.
take a continuation?
Yeah.
Well-
Lauren would like to take a look at that.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to I don't want to give an opinion on this information that we were just handed. I want to do some research on that and see if I can find maybe some
Yeah, continuation.
installation videos and whatnot,
More
and
information.
Well, I guess what question I have, I mean, to me, I thought that it was a good improvement, the plantings in this area, because that's where there's really a problem. But I don't know if it's more woody plantings would be considered more of an improvement, you know, in that area. And there's also that area where the shed was going to go. I think it could be certainly considered to add a lot more plantings in that area.
Yeah.
You know, that would.
So for me, I guess
Yeah.
what the guidance I would give you is, when I asked Lauren, is this a net improvement? And the look on her face was, I'm looking for, like, so that's why I'd like you guys to work together to see if there's something that she can advocate for this is an improvement to this site and this is why. You know, that's kind of what that's personally what I'm looking for in any project that comes in front of us.
Sure.
If we leave it better than we found it, right, then that justifies my vote for a waiver. But if it's not going to improve, then it's hard for me to justify a waiver. Does that make sense?
I got you.
Is it reasonable?
I got you, yeah.
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 Would you be open to vegetation plantings between the stone walkway and the lake?
I would think so. Yeah.
So, be open to a continuation.
Yes. I think that would be asked for would be a continuation.
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, with regards to the project at 57 Bennett Road, DP file number 300-1237, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing until July 17th. Is that the date? Until July 17th.
Discussion? In favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin in favor?
San German in favor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We are now at notice of intent for 241, 245 Main Street. Owner of Sturbridge Service Center, applicant / representative, Rob Lucier. PMG, file number 300-84, proposed project paving a commercial site. How you doing? How you feeling? A little better. You're always feeling a little better. I don't know. It's a very little. I'm in good shape. All right. Go ahead.
Laura, can you put up the most recent plan? I know since we were out last, I know you guys did a site walk a few weeks back. With our revised plan, we're reducing the area that's being paved from what's existing, as well as cleaning up the area of the Army Corps, it's on the Army Corps property. At the site walk, we walked, showed you all the areas. We did also, you asked us to put the monitor wells on the plan, so we added the monitor wells to the plan, and basically they'll be incorporated. If they're in a paved area, they'll have a concrete collar and be improved as part of the project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have based on our site walk. We've done our best to address all the questions and concerns over the past few years.
All right. Lauren?
All of our comments and concerns have been addressed. We reviewed the plan with Heather again to impervious areas not increasing at all. And we've spoken with Keith from Army Corps as well, who was also at our site walk, who discussed his opinion on the vegetation planting, the removal of the impervious areas that are on Army Corps property, the partial removal of the awning that is within, overhanging on their property. And we would add conditions as far as approved parking being where it's provided on the site plan. And obviously, Class 2 and Class 3s are subject to annual inspections now by both conservation, if they're in conservation jurisdiction, and the zoning enforcement officer prior to any issuance of any permits from the select board.
And Lauren, actually, there's one other revision we had submitted on the 17th, dated 6/04. Yeah, great, thank you. Just want to make sure we had the correct revision
Is
date.
that the right one?
Yes.
No, can I tell the difference?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, what is the difference, just so I
If you look close, we
sound intelligent?
we added the monitor wells as requested. If you see, they were in 1990s, Lycott Environmental did a phase 2 and installed 4 monitor wells on the property.
Okay. So I guess that front area where the trailers were coming out when we were on the site visit, we were looking at with the Army Corps, that's now snow storage. Is that essentially?
Actually, no, the snow storage is actually on the property, on the paved area. The Army Corps area, you can see the area where the plantings are. That's the area that's going to be cleaned up and, restored with
Okay,
plantings.
so I just wanted to make sure we're not pushing onto the Army Corps property
Correct.
with our snow storage. We're not replacing one problem for another.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, the actual, where's my little pointer? Did I give it away? I did.
You guys are going back, yeah, we're down to one. I'll order some new ones next
Gentlemen.
week.
No, he's an engineer, he's not gonna throw it around.
He knows it's our last one.
So,
I saw
question for you. The actual card area, this is your boundary line here,
Correct.
down, goes around, and then goes along here, is that?
Correct. Yep.
One of the problems that I'd like you to solve, and I'm sure you can, is that along the side, when you back the trailers in against whatever you're backing in against, tires hit, and 5 feet of the trailer is on private, and somebody else's property.
That's the purpose of the plantings along the Army Corps property line.
But what I'm saying is, when you back the trailer in, the wheels are what stop it. So what are you gonna have to stop it?
The wheels would stop what?
Moving.
You get maxi brakes on it.
What?
Maxi brakes.
No, but what I'm saying is that if you have a tractor trailer,
Yep.
box trailer, and you're gonna back it in, right?
Yep.
The wheels are here,
Yep.
right? So this is going on to somebody else's property.
The Army Corps.
Yeah. So, I don't know, do they own all the property around you?
Pretty much all of it.
What?
Pretty much all of it.
What don't they own?
Well, when it first started out, right out to Hall Road,
So there's people that own property abuts your property.
abutting my property would be Kavinsky, Stanley.
Yeah. Well, my point is, what you're backing up against, I understand the plantings, but how are you gonna,
We're providing a 3-foot grass strip, and again, it'd be easy for anyone to go and enforce. Again, if you see the back of the trailer hanging over that, because there's very limited area. If you see the size of the existing trailer that he has as an office, there's really not a lot of room, and I believe, Craig, you'd mentioned those 2 trailers that were over on the upper corner were going to be moved to another site.
Right.
So because of the limited area, you're gonna use,
Like right now, because right now they actually, where they're parked, they extend onto it. Once this is done, they won't be able to, because there won't be enough room for a trailer on that corner. And again, the back of the trailer, I think the wheels are offset a little bit as well, so there's really not room in that upper corner for much. I believe you're just storing just the actual tractors as opposed to the trailers primarily.
Well, the trailers have been there where they are for quite a while.
Yeah.
They're both registered motor vehicles.
Well, but won't be on the Army Corps property any longer.
Well, those 2 trailers are coming out.
Yep.
The 4 and the trailer, I've got options on that to get those out of there.
Yep.
So occasionally I'm building it up. I guess my question is in all of this, is what do the town have to do with enforcing the federal government's laws, or rules, or regulations?
What do they have to do with it?
Yeah, what do they have to do with it? It's federal property, everybody's telling me that. If it's federal property, then what does the town have to do with enforcing that? Been that way since aeons.
Well, we just need to make sure that, like, if there's any of those trailers that are overhanging on somebody else's property and there's any disturbance that is caused or any violations that are caused in a wetland buffer zone or directly into a wetland itself, we need to be aware of it. So, if this was federal land that didn't have a wetland to do with it, honestly, I couldn't care less, right? But the point is, and what he's just trying to avoid is, there's transmission fluids, hydraulic fluids, there's oils, there's other solvents I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Right.
I'm just saying if you are parked, elevated, whatever, on somebody else's property, and something happens, then it's a problem that we have to deal with regardless. So I think that's why Ed's asking the question, just to make sure that, does this address the actual issue of making sure that those trailers aren't encroaching further on the wetland than we're all comfortable with.
And another thing I will add, we do have a memo from the Army Corps approving the plan. And again, the Army Corps representative was on the site walk with us and is fully on board, so. Okay. So.
So that's all. I'm not trying to hassle you. I know it probably feels like this has been a hassle, but that's not the goal.
Well, no, it's not the goal, but the thing is, I can talk about something. If I'm parking on your land and you don't like it, you call the police, you call the town, whatever, it's gonna get moved, okay? As far as the federal government goes, I haven't had any problems with them at all.
Sure.
I did all their towing for years, I know the people personally, never had an issue until the town got involved. So I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, I've been there so damn long, I'm probably vested.
Okay. Anything? Lauren?
I don't, nope.
I'm good, Ed.
Any comment?
You good? We ready to take a vote?
Oh, yeah, we aren't going anywhere else.
Yeah. Any other public comment before I close this?
Yeah.
With regards to the project at 241 and 245 Main Street, DEP file number 300-1184, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Nathan Lane in favor?
Nate, you need to abstain.
Oh, sorry.
Eric Gaspar in favor.
You're in favor?
All right, with regards to the project at 241 and 245 Main Street, DEP file number 300-1184, I'd like to make a motion to approve a waiver for a structure within the 50-foot buffer.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor.
Ed Goodwin opposed?
And Germano in favor.
How did you vote?
Sorry?
How did you vote?
This is the plan in
Yeah.
favor. Yeah, that's the one that we discussed.
So it fails.
We only have 3 eligible voting members, so.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Where did we land?
The project was just denied.
You denied the waiver, right?
We denied the waiver, yes.
You still have to do the other votes too, and
Oh,
deny under the Wetland Protection Act.
All
Or
right.
you approve under the Wetland Protection Act if it meets, and deny under the bylaw if you're denying the waiver, but you have to,
okay. So we
Still do the
we
other-
need to
other two motions are still
continue
required.
Okay. All right, we got to make this proper. With regard to 241 and 245 Main Street, DP file number 300-1184, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Wetland Protection Act with the conditions noted in the draft order conditions and as discussed today.
Have a second? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin opposed.
German in favor.
With regards to the project at 241 and 245 Main Street, DEP file number 300-1184, I'd like to make a motion to approve the project under the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw with the additional condition of a surety bond or deposit to the town of Sturbridge in the amount of $8,000 to be held until satisfactory completion of the work.
Second.
Discussion? And none, all in favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
Ed Goodwin opposed.
German in favor.
We're saying in favor.
No one? Thank you. We're now to continue the public hearing for the notice of intent for 71 Mashpog Road. Owner is Sergey Vednuk. I'm sorry if I, applicant representative CMG.
Really?
You file number 300.
I think we skipped one.
Skipped one.
Skip one.
Yeah?
Yeah, number 10.
Oh, what did I?
Oh, we're not doing Podunk?
Oh,
We are doing
sorry.
Podunk.
Thanks.
Oh,
Start over again.
I guess I should listen better.
Continue the public hearing for the request to amend an order of conditions for Podunk Road, DEP file number 300-1200. Approved project, transmission line replacement, installation of a new pole.
was 2 out of 3. Oh. Good. All right. Ready? Can I? Okay. All right. Yes. Hello, my name is Honora Lovelace DeSalle with BSC Group. I'm here on behalf of Massachusetts Electric Company with this request for an amended order of conditions.
My name is Kwong Lee. I'm with Anderson and Krieger. I also want to note that Jessica Wall, a colleague of mine, is also attending online, so she may chime in.
Great. How's Art?
What's that?
I said, how's Art?
He's good.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Massachusetts Electric Company received an order of conditions from this commission on September 18th, 2024. They are requesting the removal of 2 conditions, Condition 38 and Condition 39, which relate to the existing debris cleanup that is unrelated to their project. In relation to those conditions, NextEra Energy received their own order of conditions on March 20th, 2025 through DEP file number 300-1228. In their order of conditions, NextEra agreed to remove the debris, so therefore sort of satisfying the conditions that are in MECO's order of conditions 38 and 39. Massachusetts Electric Company is requesting that these conditions be removed and that the remaining order of conditions remain intact. No aspect of their work or their scope of work has changed. And that's it. Are there any questions?
So if you were me, sitting in my chair here, why would I remove those conditions? Those agreed to conditions.
So those conditions are not related to Massachusetts Electric Company's project or notice of intent, and they are being covered under NextEra Energy's order of conditions that they received at the March 20th meeting.
So even if we assume that's true, they were agreed to, right? And as part of the order of conditions that was agreed to between Massachusetts Electric and us. And removing them removes the level of protection that we have as part of this entire project. So I'm neglecting to see the urgency that we have to release these conditions, even if they are covered by another project. I just look at that as an additional layer of protection, especially considering these were mutually agreed upon as part of the overall permitting process, and may have. Part of the other issue is not all of the voting members that were here at the time are still eligible, would be eligible to vote on something. Well, this is a new request, so everybody could vote. But their votes, and potentially even mine, could have been swayed at the time with the removal of those conditions because of the importance of making sure that the asbestos is taken care of in a proper way. And we didn't have the cover of the other order of conditions at the time. So I understand that there is some urgency on your side of the table to remove these. I see none on our side of the table to remove these for any reason, because all it does is provide us with additional protection to make sure that this gets done. And it was part of the original reasons and totality of the discussion and negotiation why we approved the project to begin with. Removing it then essentially, in my mind, says we need to reopen this entire discussion and this entire order of conditions and start from scratch, because now the variables have changed and I would want to relook at all of it. So just my 2 cents. Unless there's a compelling reason for the town of Sturbridge to look at removing what I see as an additional protection for us and for the wetland, I see no reason to even entertain this, and I haven't. I was a reluctant yes when we first did this. If I was to go put myself in the mindset of where I was when I originally voted yes, would have this been the reason that I voted no? Potentially. Right, so I have a hard time even entertaining this for those reasons.
So, just for a clarifying point, I think you said that it was agreed upon, and I don't think that's correct, because those conditions are being appealed, and so it was a condition that was placed on the order of conditions, and so I don't know that we can say that it was agreed upon.
I also do just want to point out that in the July, I believe it was July 24th hearing, those conditions were brought up, and they were mentioned that they are not relevant to the project and that they would not be relevant to Massachusetts Electric Company's project. They were not mentioned in the September meeting, the September 18th meeting.
With this board?
Yes, with this board.
They were mentioned every time that this project came before us, and in fact, they were telling us, clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up, this is going to be great.
Next Era was at that meeting and may have mentioned something about that. It was no representative of Massachusetts Electric Company.
But regardless, it was an original commitment based on the original order of conditions, and of which is still in place regardless of another one being in place.
You didn't appeal it within an appropriate amount of time?
The order of conditions is going through the appeal process, and it was within the correct time.
Well,
that's why the appeal process is there. I just don't. Yeah, I've said my piece. I don't need to be reductive. Lauren, do you have a take on this?
Yeah.
So, just putting out some facts. There is an open order of conditions for Park Corporation to clean up the debris. We have the surety bond. We have all of the required documents in place. Work is projected to begin soon. That is an enforceable order of conditions on Park Corporation if they do not do it. It is secondly enforceable on behalf of the select board with the agreement that that Park Corp or the solar company has with the select board that requires the debris cleanup. So as far as the town goes, we have an enforceable order of conditions on Park Corp if they don't do it. We have select board can enforce action on that end. This is pending litigation in both Superior Court, and there is a request for a superseding order that is essentially on hold right now. So you do risk the chance that if DEP issues the superseding order, we lose control. You also have the ongoing legal battle in Superior Court. So again, just stating facts, not necessarily swaying in one way or the other. The recommendation from special counsel was that we have matters to enforce if the tree replanting doesn't get done by National Grid for these 600 plus trees that we're going to remove. So I'm not going to argue about what was said and what was done, because I agree that this was said multiple times. We have meeting minutes from the site visit, and there's even pictures of the debris pile in the notice of intent application, so we don't need to argue of what was there. It was in there. But
If I may, my colleague has raised her hand. I think she wanted to say something.
Oh,
okay.
sure.
But also, just to add one more thing to that too, if I can, with the order of conditions that's currently there too, in my opinion, this is also something that easily could have been worked out between Park Corporation and National Grid, an agreement between the two of them, because now this is costing major expense to the town, because now we have legal bills because council's involved in the superseding order. So now we've spent thousands of dollars and are continuing to spend thousands of dollars for court representation for something that, in my opinion, could have just been resolved between Park Corporation and National Grid and didn't even need an amendment. They could have just had their own contract and agreement between the two of them. So now the town is being, out a couple $1,000s of our legal budget for this too.
I know neither of you have been out to the site, right?
What's that?
Neither of you have been out to the site that they're talking about?
No.
I have.
Yes.
You have?
Yes, as is Jess as well.
It's almost nothing. Unless, disposal is an issue.
And I think Jessica had something to say.
Who's there?
Jess, are you still there?
Can everybody hear me? This is Jessica Wall from Anderson and Krieger.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I appreciate your flexibility for offering remote options. So I just wanted to pick up a little bit on what the agent has described in terms of the litigation stance and in terms of next steps here. So I've been out to the site. We've had a DEP site visit. It's accurate to say that these two conditions are on appeal both at DEP and in Worcester Superior Court. I think the request here today is really just to strike two conditions in the existing order. Nothing else is changing about the work. And the opportunity here would really be to resolve all of those pieces of litigation and to let the work move forward. So my understanding is that NextEra is scheduled to complete the debris removal work in July. And then following that, National Grid is sort of eager to come in and do the work that they need to do. So in terms of, I know that there was discussion about continuing protection for, to keep these two conditions in. And I think, those conditions, that issue is addressed and will soon be resolved in July. So, our request here to further address the agent's point about legal fees is that moving forward and striking these two conditions lets the appeal process, there'll be a few more additional steps, but that process will be able to, I think, unwind and for everything to sort of move forward as desired in the original order. So that's our request here. And I just wanted to say I appreciate we've had a good dialogue with special counsel and, are happy to keep the commission apprised of project milestones as those continue to move forward.
I can appreciate your position, but the sheer act of the amount of effort that's being put into removing these line items creates additional pause for me.
Yeah,
what am I
me
missing, right?
We don't have
And so, we're all eager to get this project underway, get this project done. I mean, really.
And we thought we did.
And we thought we did.
Yeah.
Really and truly, like, the only way that I see, and I don't want to waste the town's money. I'm the last person who wants to do that, right? But the simple fact of the matter is, if there's a superseding order and we lose control, we only lose control this place. We still have the protection of the additional order of conditions that's out there for PAR. But if the order of sequencing, from what Jessica is telling me here, is that PAR is going to be done with their work before National Grid does their work, then maybe there's an agreement that could be made that the order of conditions for PAR needs to be closed out before National Grid can start their work, at which point we could consider releasing those conditions, because we will have had satisfaction that it's done under the PAR, order of conditions, and we have been able to verify then at that point that we have had this covered. It just seemed, I mean, no offense, you guys are attorneys, it's your job to protect your client, but bringing out the arsenal that you have on these two items makes me very nervous. Because it seems to be a small thing that is going to be taken, according to you, Jessica, by July. It will be taken care of by the work that PAR Corporation is doing. If that is truly the case, and if there isn't something more for me to worry about, then let's just take the normal course of action, let them do their work, let's leave this out there. We can have a gentleman's agreement or a friendly agreement that we're not going to throw rocks at each other until PAR gets their work done. But at the end of the day, until that is closed out, I'm not comfortable releasing those with, because there seems to me that Massachusetts Electric wants these to go away for a reason that I can't determine right now, and it makes me uncomfortable.
If I may, just one more piece on that. I understand your question about, what am I missing here? Is there something more that's complicated? And I will tell you, just the answer is no. It's really just a matter of policy that for MECO, we don't usually include these types of conditions or other things that don't relate to our work. So there's not something that's not being clear here. I think, MECO agrees that these are two conditions, and we think that there should be a reasonable solution here. I think the reason why we wanted to amend and have that buttoned up is that way, once our order becomes final, we can begin work out on the site as soon as possible. And so if we were to wait for, PAR to complete their work, to get a COC, and then come back and to do an amendment, it would add, I'm guessing, many weeks to the process. And then the renewables project that is the subject of all this work is sort of further delayed. So that's the piece about scheduling, and I just wanted to provide a little bit of context that there's no big hidden thing here going on. It's just a matter of policy in terms of how MECO deals with these types of conditions.
And that's fine, they can have their policy. It's not a standard course of policy for us to allow for projects that could have gone through Charlton inconveniently, that would benefit Charlton inconveniently, that is mostly impacting Sturbridge with very little positive impact on the town of Sturbridge.
We're getting off subject.
But, so I'm just saying, it was all part of a negotiation, and, anyway, I've said my piece.
It's a logistic question. Is it possible to amend the order of conditions after the project started? So
You could continue the request for amendment, and we postpone it until the work is done.
So they could potentially National Grid could potentially start the work, and then
PAR can start their work whenever. We have everything, minus a pre-construction meeting with PAR. I have everything I need from them. Chris Nolan has been in touch with me, keeping me updated on the progress. To Jessica's point, I fail to see how not amending this holds up Grid's project, because if you just say we continue the request for amendment until they're done or close out. That doesn't stop National Grid from proceeding with beginning theirs, because their requirement was providing a landscaping plan once the clearing was done. That doesn't, I don't see how that holds it up, minus the fact that there's a pending superseding order and litigation. But if those two didn't exist, National Grid would be able to resume then and request the amendment, and we wouldn't be in this situation, and we wouldn't be spending thousands of dollars on legal fees that we shouldn't have to anyway.
Any one last word before we take this to a vote?
No, I don't.
Anybody have a motion?
I mean,
Sorry, this is Jessica. I guess is the question, or is there a question of whether this could be continued to the next meeting?
Sure, we can continue it to the next.
Or is this a vote on
yeah.
the
I
request
think that's the.
for clarification?
You want a continuation?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, with regards to DEP file number 300-1200, nice symmetry, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing. Do we think that we'll have anything of any substantial by the 17th of July, or should we look at?
Why don't we continue it till September? That'd be better?
I think let's go for the 17th, and we can always request a continuance.
Okay, until July 17th.
All right. Second?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
In favor?
Eric Gaspar in favor?
German,
Favor?
German in favor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
They're gonna break. How you doing, Becky?
Good, how are you?
Good.
See ya.
It's good to see you. Old home days. See, during lacrosse season, I saw your neighbor just about every weekend.
Oh, yeah, his son plays, right?
Yeah. He was in the 7-8 and JJ's in the 5-6, so we'd generally they'd be walking off the field when we'd be walking on.
They played the high school?
They play some at the high school, a lot of stuff was on the road, so, yeah.
Carson's not here, so I have to do it.
Continue the public hearing for the notice of intent for 71 Mashpog Road. Owner Sergey Prevenov, excuse my bastardization, applicant / representative, CMG Environmental, Inc., DP file number 300-1224, proposed project, relocation, storage vehicles, debris removal and restoration.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Super, how are you?
Good.
Good evening, Jennifer Curzon, appearing on behalf of the applicant,
Gary
attorney for the applicant, sorry.
And Gary Magnuson with CMG. I think we've given you everything. DP's responded, NESHAP's responded. I think you're ready to issue an order of conditions. We're here to answer any questions. It's pretty simple, but I think everything is in order, so fire away.
All right, well, I've still seen multiple places on the acreage of the land. You can start right there. What's the acreage we're talking about?
I think it's 40, is it 47 acres?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
17 or something like that?
There's, talking about acreage of the parcel or the acreage of where the cars are?
What?
The acreage of...
The acreage that you're sitting before me on.
let's see what we put in the application. That's in this file.
Aaron, did I start in the wrong place?
Still Lauren.
Still Lauren.
Need some candy, there's some right there.
The entire site's not shown on this plan.
Right?
I have it, it's just not a click away right now. Pull it up.
I have the map, but it's not readable, the copy that I have here, because it's small.
Actual acreage.
I don't know it off the top of my head, no. I can get it for you. Probably not this minute. Yeah, that map right there, it's listed, but I don't know what it says.
Yeah,
acreage of the whole
It's
property? or
approximately 15 acres per the April 24, 2025 letter, page 2, third paragraph, from CMG to the commission.
So it's
The
just,
operation and maintenance plan.
just 15 acres.
Correct. It's 45 acres total, 15 acres, resulting in approximately 33% use of the land.
To answer your specific question,
4504.
parcel 423-0423-071, plus or minus 1,962,001 square feet, 45.04 acres is the parcel of land. And Jennifer just answered the question relative to the area that's being used.
The history here.
So in this property, there's a bit of a situation because the applicant needs approval to have the vehicles stored on site. They also need permission to have the vehicles removed on site. According to the opinion of our special counsel, the vehicles sitting on site counts as storage, which the applicant does not have permission to store vehicles on site. The zoning enforcement officer issued a letter requiring removal of the cars outside of conservation's jurisdiction because he cannot authorize the ones within our jurisdiction without conservation's approval. So that also still kind of weighs into our decision is if the cars are allowed to be there, either you need permission to move them out or you need approval to have them there from another board too. They're not related, but they are also all related at the same time. Because if the cars have to come out, that has to be approved by this board. If the cars are staying there, that has to be approved by another board. Also, I still recommend having the wetland delineation peer reviewed, which we do have a estimate for. It still all falls back that the site is in use. There's an open notice of intent application subject to all performance standards of the Wetland Protection Act and Sturbridge bylaw. So it's a lot to unpack, but figuring out what these next steps are. If the Conservation Commission is approving vehicle storage areas in any jurisdiction, requiring where those are, what the would be. I made recommendations based on the operations and maintenance plan and the general operations that were provided, but it's still to be determined of what's going to go on, because if it's a approval to have, if the commission issues an order of conditions to allow vehicle storage or whatever capacity that they approve, and then the applicant's gonna have to come back and do another order of conditions to remove the vehicles off the site, or amend the order of conditions to have the vehicles removed because another board requires them to come out. We're gonna continue this loop around. Daily fines started from the building official this week, so again, not related to this, but I don't know where this is standing, if any other applications have been applied for to allow under other entities of the town vehicle storage there. Meanwhile, you have a lot of just unknowns on the conditions of the site, the vehicles that are on there. And it's kind of a discussion that just needs to be had of what the next steps are and what the commission would like to see for this site, and how I think that it still needs to be demonstrated on how they meet the performance standards of both the Wetland Protection Act, Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw.
That was litigated in the earlier litigation that gave rise to the notice of intent that was submitted. That was already, that went back and forth between myself and counsel for the town, and that issue was already litigated in terms of, the argument was that on the part of the applicant is that that neither the Wetland Protection Act nor the regulations within your bylaw, the wetland regulations apply because of the longevity of, this has been in existence since the 1950s. We submitted support showing that. And the law is that if the act predates the Wetlands Protection Act and your regulations that arose from the Wetlands Protection Act, then it does not apply. And that's why we entered this compromise in terms of the notice of intent. And it's specified in the settlement agreement with regard to the Board of Selectmen. The agreement was, and this is also in the settlement agreement that was signed and is on file with the court, the Board of Selectmen agreed that the issue with respect to the licenses would be taken up after we finished going through the NOI process and having an order of conditions issued. Then the issue of the licenses would be brought up. So quite honestly, that April 23 letter that I responded to at length came as a complete surprise in terms of what has been represented, both orally, in writing, via emails, and in a document that was filed with the Superior Court of Worcester.
The settlement provides an outline of things that should be included in an NOI. When you apply for an NOI, you're still subject to everything under an NOI, so the Wetland Protection Act.
With regard to what is being required under the NOI. Under this specific NOI, that's why we were very specific in terms of what the NOI would encompass.
Include, yes.
Right.
And it is not, just to correct your terms, it hasn't been litigated, it's still in litigation. The court has not settled in anything, it's on pause right now.
We entered into it, this is a binding contract, the settlement agreement. I'm sure your attorneys have told you that. When you enter into a settlement agreement, it's a binding contract. So for all intents and purposes for the litigation, as long as the terms are, complied with, then in fact it is the litigation will cease, and it is addressed in the settlement agreement in terms of what the process is after the applicant goes through the process of the NOI application, the order of conditions, and then the reissuance of the licenses.
Regardless, it's in the commission's hand to act now of how they want to move forward, and I have read all the letters and they're interesting to get through, but we can.
What do you mean by interesting?
Well, let's not,
No, I'm just wondering what exactly was interesting in terms of letters.
Some things that happened that did not happen, site visits that are mentioned that did not exist, people's names that are actually very incorrect, including the name of the previous agent and the town administrator. So just things that you might want to pay attention to going forward.
Well, my understanding is that Robin Grimes is the town administrator, and Rebecca...
Robin Grimm.
I'm sorry, Grimm, I didn't know how to pronounce it. And Rebecca, and I don't know, I apologize, but I don't know Rebecca's last name, was the agent at the time the enforcement order was issued, and then during the
Name's on the
litigation.
enforcement order, so I think that you could get the spelling from that too, so. But I think that we should turn it over to the commission for their comments.
Well, I've got 45 and 15 acres. I think the first thing we can do is do a site visit and with the board and take a look at what's up there. Go ahead.
Chair. Been there a couple times already.
That's right.
I think the applicant would allow you to go back, but nothing's changed because he's not allowed to do anything. So everything's the same, but I don't have a problem with you going back.
New members.
Welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself.
I wouldn't have an
And-
issue with regard to a new site visit.
That's fine, yeah.
Basic start, take a look, see what's in. You say nothing has changed. One day it was pretty cold, the other one it was pouring rain.
Great days to be out doing field work.
It was cold that day. I wasn't there in the.
No, I apologize, I'm
that one.
kind of confused because I thought we had already done a couple, but yeah, I was a little confused because we've already been there twice, but since you have the new members, I agree, that's fine.
So to what end? Because I'm struggling with, on the conference call between attorneys, and we discussed the settlement agreement, what you're illustrating is not what I remember that we agreed to in the room. So now
I wasn't in the room, just so you know.
I understand. Nor should you have been. Because my understanding was and continues to be that the settlement agreement was separate from the NOI process, and the NOI process is driven by the Wetland Protection Act and the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw. But let's set that aside for a second. Let's try to come to a resolution that we can, or maybe not a resolution, but at least a plan forward. We clearly have a bit of a Mexican standoff between departments inside of the town, not just between the applicant and us. So we can't have this situation where we're in this continuous feedback loop where we make a decision and then they have to make a decision, but they make a decision that's in contrast to what we made a decision, and then all of a sudden we're in the circular. So I would propose, if we want to get back on site ed, for the new members to see, I would encourage that. But I think we probably need to have a summit or a meeting of the minds to make sure that we have at least some clarity on what it would even mean for us to move forward with, and provide the applicant a little bit of clarity as to what that looks like. Because if we're in this circular logic pattern and it just keeps going from ping-ponging from one to the other, like, we got to figure that out. We can't, and in fairness to the applicant, we can't have them constantly in that as well. Right, there's got to be a way to figure that piece out. Now, whether or not they need to be part of those discussions with the intra-department conversation, I'll leave that up to the attorneys and I'll leave that up to the department heads to figure out. But I would think at this point, we beat this up forever. We're clearly at a point where we're probably not agreeing to whatever either party believes was agreed to. We're still in litigation, but even absence of that, I don't even know if we said yes, that they would be able to have any clarity as to what the next step was. And I don't think that that's right or fair or just. We need to figure out, like, how do we move forward, or how do we separate and stop this and get this fixed? Because it's maddening to me that, like, we're in this situation where we don't even have any clarity within our own borders, let alone going back and forth with the applicant. So I think we owe it to the applicant to figure out our own stuff in-house first. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying it's gonna sway me anyway, but I think it's reasonable to at least have a action plan. And I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know what the lawyers would say that looks like, but it seems logical that if we have 2 boards or 3 boards or 4 boards that are all weighing in on this, we all have to come together, because we're one entity with the town of Sturbridge.
So essentially, it was that if the commission approves a plan with designated vehicle storage areas, that's a plan that would be presented to other departments. Then it's up to them if they approve on their end or not. If, say, for whatever reason, an order of conditions was approved with vehicles stored within a certain area and whatever other requirements that we had, and say select board denied an issuance of a license, then it would be an amendment to come back to us to have vehicles removed. But it's just as the same for any other board. You can't reveal how you're going to vote in a situation prior. I mean, we can get a feel for things, but it's, we can't guarantee what select board's gonna say, just the same select board can't guarantee from us. So I think that as far as trying to move forward, it would be trying to find a resolution with the plan that's being presented with the client, by the client, and seeing where we can go from there and how we can improve this area, improve the surrounding area, and any implementations going forward for what activity may occur on this site.
Okay.
Improve it in what manner?
You have essentially a hazard site, so how can we improve what's coming off of it? You've got a stream that's running through. I know that there was a history of well contamination that's been being worked on, but how can we make sure that these things aren't happening again to protect the abutters? How can we make sure that this land quality, even your client isn't going to own this property forever, so how can we make sure that he doesn't leave it to the next person in a more, worse condition than what it is now, that we can try and bring some resolution and make sure that whatever was there historically, we're still always doing better for tomorrow.
I understand that this is the first time, though, that I've ever heard this brought up, but I completely understand your intentions there, but honestly, I have never heard from this commission or anyone else since this litigation began that sort of intention. But
Of trying to improve the site?
Yeah, no, exactly in terms of what you just stated.
Interesting.
That's a little bit disingenuous.
No, I have not discussed that.
I won't even accept the comment. You can retract that, or I will shut down. That's disingenuous. The goal has always been to improve the site.
I
And has
understand that,
always
but
been
in terms of the streams or the, remediation that has been done in the past and you would like to have done in the future, that was not brought to my attention. That's all I'm saying. Of course, the intention is to make it better, but in terms of
the conversation. Like,
I'm not
that's all I'm
gaslighting
asking.
it. I'm not gaslighting it. I'm just saying that in terms of specifically water issues, that had not been brought to my attention. It hadn't. If it had, then I would think it would have been included in the settlement agreement. But I understand, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that this is the first time, very specifically, has this been brought to my attention as the attorney on the litigation.
That there's a stream driving
No,
through the
that there was an
property.
issue with regard to the stream.
But that's part of why in the settlement it says that we need a full understanding of what is going on, what is the operation of the site, because nobody knew. No one knew it was going on. No one knew what the plan for the future was. So how can we tell you how you want to improve it unless we clearly say, this is what will happen every single day. This is how we're going to take care of things. This is how we're going to protect our site. That's all in there. An operation and maintenance plan, a general layout, understanding of what is going to happen on site. That's why those things are there. So then we can move forward to say, okay, here's what you're doing X, Y, Z. So let's protect them with ABC. So that's why that's there. It's not just to make you do more work and fill out more paperwork. So we have it.
I
It's to try
understand
and
that.
improve.
I'm not objecting to that, but now it's far clearer than it has been since I was involved in this.
Wrong to say I understood what they meant, like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months ago when the first meetings were going on? Is that wrong to say out loud?
And then what was going on?
I didn't know if it was wrong to say that I understood that's what you guys wanted like 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago, or whenever those meetings were, like last year, that you were looking for that same information that you just stated. But I don't know if I'm at a place by saying I understood what you meant. I don't know how that
Maybe
wasn't obvious.
If you could just introduce yourself and your address, and
Yeah, my name's Todd Bagdasarian. I'm at 96 Mashpog Road. I distinctly remember being at previous meetings addressing what you said that they didn't address, was that there was a concern for waterways and what you were going to be doing and how it was going to be impacting and how we can make sure that it's not still bad, which has kind of always been. So the improvements I thought were just kind of, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say implied, but everything they talked about kind of implied if you're buying Christmas presents, it must be Christmas. If you're implying that we need to work on the streams, there's a reason why, and that's to make them better. That's all. I also keep hearing you say that, like, your grandfather. I just want to be clear, like, if you're polluting in water for 100 years and then they come out with the Wetlands Protection Act, you're saying you can just keep polluting in the water, but I'm pretty sure there's been, like, tons of huge court cases where, like, major companies have lost billions of dollars for that exact line of thinking. So I'm just curious, are you actually saying that if you've been just spilling oil into the water for 100 years, you can just keep doing it because, hey, that's what we've been doing for 100 years? I just want to know, is that exactly what you're saying?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you very much, because you keep acting like that is exactly what you're allowed to do.
No, but that's a
Now that we have
different-
clarification, I'm good. I
That
don't
would
need
be a
anything else.
different
I'm
law.
aware.
That's a federal law in terms of the Clean Water Act. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm trying to say is that insofar as my involvement on this has been, we weren't discussing, I wasn't discussing with counsel for the town issues with regard to waterways. That's all I was saying.
I was here, you were here.
No, I
heard
understand.
waterways, I heard footages, I heard all kinds of things. I don't know how
I
you can
understand
say you didn't hear any of that.
Oh, no, I heard all the public comments and the concerns by the public with regard to,
They asked you for distances
groundwater.
on waterways. Why would they ask you for how far you are to a distance from a waterway?
Sir.
They weren't concerned with the water.
appreciate it. Appreciate it.
So-
No, you don't need to
I
apologize.
did understand that, but that hasn't been part of what I was involved in. That was more with Mr. Magnuson with regard to the remediation that has been done on the property, and I wasn't involved in that. That's all I'm saying. But I very
Then maybe we
clearly
should
heard there were issues.
Area.
Excuse me?
And maybe he should give us some more information in that area, if there's more to say in that regard, as opposed to just what the next steps are from here. Let's have the conversation if there's more to be said. Because if you weren't involved, great.
So is there a question there? Just I want to make sure so I can answer it correctly.
You've heard this dialogue. If there's something you want to contribute to it, feel free.
The site has operated as a junkyard since approximately the 50s. Our company got involved in 2006 at the time of a prior sale that didn't go through. Some environmental testing had been done. None had been done prior to 2006. Some contaminants were found on the property, which triggered some notifications to DEP under the waste site cleanup program, nothing to do with the wetlands program. We worked for the prior owners, did the appropriate notifications, which triggered an extensive amount of testing of private drinking water wells in the area. I believe, and please don't quote me on this, I believe we initially got up to about 28 homes in the area we tested.
Does that list exist?
Absolutely. It's under release tracking number, I've given you guys this a couple times, but I'll give it to you again. I sent you the link to the DEP files for this site, but it's
You
under...
didn't send it to me.
I apologize, I sent it to the board, so I assumed that it would go to you.
A while back, but
Yeah, it's RTN, release tracking number 2-15899. There's probably 20,000 pages in there, maybe 50,000. It's on DEP's website, you can review everything. So back to your questions, sir. So we did some testing. found some-
15899.
Yes. an RTN for release tracking number, and that's not in the wetlands reg, that's under the waste site cleanup regulations. So that testing and identification triggered requirement of testing drinking water wells. We found some contamination in some of the drinking water wells. That requires the provision of bottled water and/or the provision of drinking water treatment system, carbon systems. Those were installed and have been maintained since probably, I think the earliest one, I don't think any were installed in 2006, but 2007. Associated with that, once you figure out the impact to the environment and human health, which is the drinking water wells, that's the first priority under the Massachusetts MCP regulations, not the wetlands regulations, the MCP regulations. Are we affecting human health? So we look at drinking water. We were. There were some homes that were affected. Those homes, treatment systems were installed, bottled water was provided, or if they were under the standard, we just have done testing. That continues. Sergey purchased the property in 2013. So the prior owners did the work from 2006 to 2013. Sergey purchased the property in 2013. The prior owners were elderly, had some financial trouble, were really struggling to keep up with the remediation requirements on the site. They did the minimum required, which kept them in compliance with the Massachusetts Contingency Plan DEP regulations, which was do the testing of the drinking water wells and keep the treatment systems operating and functional. We had to change those systems out every once in a while. It was expensive. They had a hard time with it. Sergey purchased the property with the intent of continuing to operate it as a junkyard as it's been since the 50s, and made the commitment to the prior owners and to me as one of the owners of the company that he'd pay us to do the ongoing maintenance that was required, and he was going to do the active remediation. He was actually going to clean up the problem. Within a year or two, Sergey got us started. We started doing some of the cleanup. We continued to do all the assessment of the homes. We are now down to 7 or 8 homes that we test. After we've tested the homes for multiple quarters, we've requested to DEP stopping that sampling after we've shown that they're clean. DEP has agreed with that and approved those reductions. So now we're no longer doing 28 homes. We're down to 8 or 10 or 12. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. One of my staff is managing the direct aspect of that. Sergey committed to cleaning up the problem. The problem was a car crushing area up on the runway portion of the property. Sergey hired us and other contractors to remediate multiple, more than probably $250,000 worth of contamination remediation, removal of contaminated soil, excavation, removal, testing, documentation, reports. That's all been done. So the contamination source area has been cleaned up. We see the improvements in that with improvements in the water quality in these drinking water wells. MTBE was a primary contaminant concern, has a drinking water standard of 70. The concentrations have been reduced dramatically and continue to be reduced. So the environmental impact caused by that property under the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, not the wetlands regulations, have been remediated in accordance with the regulations. The site is in compliance in accordance with the regulations. It is in what's called a temporary solution, which means that he's done everything he needs to do and he just needs to continue to test until the drinking water wells meet the standards. And at that point, he would be able to get to a permanent solution. So I don't want to bore you with all details, but does that help answer the questions?
Yeah, it helps a lot, and I've reviewed all the prior, which I appreciate, but I appreciate the refresher for myself and everyone tonight, and it makes sense that it brings us to the point that we're at now, which is the NOI for the future of the property. I mean, unless I'm mistaken on understanding where we're
So
at.
this NOI, as I read it, right, this NOI is for the cleanup, right, inside of the 50-foot buffer zone. I think what the crux of the conflict, if I'm reading this all correctly and listening properly, and maybe I'm way off, is, especially thank you for explaining this as clearly as you did, there's very clearly in the narrative that you provided, Gary, that this is not a project for anything except for the cleanup. But the only disclosure that is in there really, and I can probably quote this better than just if I go back to the top, the applicant is not proposing any new work or any change in the operations of the existing auto recycling facility in operation at 71 Mashapog Road, period. The problem with that is we don't know what the heck is going on anyway, or what was going on anyway. So to, like, as part of the narrative, it's kind of implying, like, if this was just absent of that, we just want to clean up inside of the 50, and then we're going to have to start this whole process again with a fresh plan on how we're going to be operating on that site. I don't think there would be any conflict from anyone. The problem is inside of the narrative of what was included in the NOI that I think is probably the biggest burden on this whole conversation is nowhere at any point in time did anyone say, okay, well, so what does normal operating look like once we allow you to go in and pull those vehicles out of the 50-foot? Does that mean that you're going to put them at 51 feet, and that they're just going to live there? And we have to accept that? Because that would imply in some of the languages in there that we kind of don't have a say based on that disclosure saying we're just gonna not change anything that we're doing, right? So that's the issue that I think that we probably need to. Am I wrong there in my read of this?
I couldn't say it clearer. This NOI is only to comply
So what happens
with the settlement agreement
on a going forward basis? Because of the way that was written.
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but I'll tell you what my opinion is.
Okay.
And I'm prefacing it because Ed's going to kill me when I say it. This position I've had from day one is he was operating a junkyard with licenses and permits prior to the wetlands regs or the town's bylaws. We wanted him to continue to do that. He's doing his environmental cleanup. You guys came in and had other concerns. We've tried to address those other concerns. We're trying to put the blinders on, address those other concerns, and let them continue to operate. We've, in here, provided a operation and maintenance plan. We've provided the things you guys have asked for to let them operate the business. I think, and this is just my opinion, and I'm fine if you disagree with me. I don't believe he needs another notice of intent to operate his site. I think he can operate his site as he used to operate his site with the conditions that we've spelled out in the operations and maintenance plan and fix the issues that are agreed upon in the settlement agreement, which would then allow him to go back and apply for his licenses and at the same time address the other board's concerns of the cease and desist order. I don't think everybody agrees with that, but that's kind of how I thought this was supposed to proceed from the first time I came in and met with you guys on this.
This is a two-stage process. Address the violation inside the 50, which is, I thought, what we were dealing with as part of this litigation and this NOI. But that read of, we don't know what is going on into perpetuity, and you're right, I'm not going to love the answer, but at least it's an honest answer, and I appreciate it.
Trying to get
is the real crux of the issue, and probably why the audience is here, right? You know, it's not, nobody is any issue whatsoever of issuing an approval for you to go in and responsibly pull those vehicles outside of the 50-foot. I think if we did a straw poll at town meeting, we'd have everybody unanimously say that's okay, right? The issue is, well, what does this look like going forward? Because your neighbors have concerns around that. We have to take into consideration the Wetlands Protection Act, and there is a heap of disagreement around what was continuous operation of that business throughout the years, and whether or not that applies to the grandfathering on a going forward basis.
But
right?
is that all going to be discussed during the relicensure process that happens after this initial cleanup is addressed? Meaning, if that's the case, and then it is reviewed by multiple bodies within the town, that becomes the next phase of the conversation.
Right.
And clarifying that anything that we're talking about today and making a decision on approving the cleanup within the 50 doesn't overlap into that next phase of the process.
Right, and I think that, you know, probably we should keep these two things separate.
Separate, exactly.
See,
Yeah.
that's one of the problems that we've had right from the very beginning, and it's normal in business, I understand it. You think you've been doing the same thing since the summer of 42, or whatever, okay?
Not me, the applicant.
Okay? And that's the position you take. And I know that I can't go up there and buy a starter motor the way I could. The whole thing has changed, and we don't know what you're doing. As a part of of whatever we get to, in order to be comfortable with what you're doing, we have to know what it is. And you're going to always keep it on a continuum. And if we do phase one, like Eric's talking about, you're going to think, now we can work off of that.
So what I'm hearing is that, you know, you're looking in
You're the
terms
worst of it. So you're the worst of it. You summarize everything.
I'm a litigator. I was involved in this only with regard to the litigation. You don't understand. I wasn't involved with anything on the enforcement order, what led to the enforcement order. I came in after the fact. But what I'm hearing is that you want a future plan of how to maintain that site so that there's no threat to any sort of pollutants getting into the water. That's what I'm hearing from the commission right now. Is that a good overview in terms of, meaning you do the requirements on the NOI, but you also want to have some sort of policies, procedures, requirements in place so that you can ensure that nothing will happen in terms of the water sources going through that property?
Right. I don't think that, that's a placebo, though.
Through the chairman?
How much of a guarantee, I'm just of interest, how much of a guarantee do we have on that next phase of the process being enforced? Meaning is this halted until?
So built into the agreement, I believe that Lauren has access to site, to review the property.
Precisely.
With notice, right, obviously. I know that she can't just show up on a Tuesday at 2 o'clock and expect to get, but.
That's kind of why I thought it was.
There's an aspect of that. And I think we need to be, we need to pay attention to the issue at hand, which is getting this cleaned up inside of the 50-foot. Because that's really what this enforcement order was about, and this is really about what this NOI is about. The going forward piece, I have real problems with, but I don't know that that's going to change in 10 years if we're still throwing rocks at each other about the inside of this 50-foot zone, regardless. And there is an element of protection that is provided inside of the settlement agreement that we agreed to, that Warren can have access to the property, or Aaron, you know, if you're.
Whoever I want to be that day.
Whoever you want, or Becky, you know. But Lauren can get access to the property to make sure that there isn't a concern there. But I think from a going forward basis, I think we just need to understand each other, that we have a difference in opinion as to what going forward operating means. Like, it's not, we don't take the position that it's as simple as whatever that has been happening on that site since 1942 can continue, right? Because we believe that there has been a change in the business, and therefore has kicked off, additional standards that need to be adhered to and paid attention to. That said, I still want to get the darn thing cleaned up inside of the 50-foot, which is what this NOI is intended to deal with. So I think we probably need to, focus on that, and then, I don't want to say worry about the future in the future, but have a discussion about what that means, because whatever's going on in that 50-foot, the longer we drag out this fight, it's going to continue to happen.
Well, we need to have improvement on the site.
Right.
That's what we owe the residents in the town, and
So why couldn't we just make it all as part of this? I'm sure my client would not have an issue in terms of what, how you want to address, how to maintain it in the future so that you have no threat. And more than just, inspections, that's really within your purview. I've not even thought of that, but.
Anywhere close to a simple process.
Well, again,
I honestly
I'm
can't
struggling.
answer that. I can't
I mean, it wasn't a
answer.
question.
I'm asking.
It wasn't a question. It was saying I don't see any way that we would be, or have the authority to extend it beyond what's in front of us.
I think this is where I'm struggling, and I can't agree with you more, Eric. I think you're right on track. This document in hand is to fix the enforcement, address the 50-foot, provide an operation and maintenance plan, provide access, and it spells out what's going to happen there. He's going to park cars here, he's going to move cars here, he's going to take oil out when cars come in, you can do an inspection whenever you want. I got to apologize here. I thought that was everything you guys were asking for. I didn't know you're actually hitting me, kind of sideswiping me here, kind of saying, oh, let's go deal with the 50-foot stuff, but then we want this whole big process of a whole new process, a new operation. I never thought we were talking about that. I thought what we were talking about is clean up within the 50, operate as you appropriately on the upland, let Lauren or Fred or Steve or Joe, whoever you want as your agent, to come in and do the inspections, as long as we're following that agreement and following that operations and maintenance plan. And if there's requests made, we'll improve things or change things. I'm a little surprised that you guys are asking for a whole different, separate filing or something. I'm not even really sure what you want.
I'm misreading your narrative, but like, the way I read your narrative is we're just gonna continue operating as we operate, and, maybe.
That is correct.
So, what's your read on that, Lauren?
I'd like to offer a starting point. So I have the general site operation portion up. And I think that could be a starting point of saying what the general operation is, what they're proposing, what this looks like. I think that we can start with looking at the general operation and look at the maintenance plan, and that we look at each of these objectives with the mindset of, okay, what are the possible impacts of this one activity? What things can we do to protect the resources around it? And we kind of work our way through this and see what may come from that. If that's, what specific content that would be in a regular monitoring report, or, if and where peer review is needed. Some of these things I've already made comments on, but I think that could be a starting point of actually working through of we'll just put out the fact that whatever activity's been going on, and just let's look at it as this is going into operation, because right now technically they don't have a license to operate. So really we should be using the tense of this is what we're planning to do as far as the activity, and maybe that can just kind of be, that way we're not arguing over past tense, present tense. We can just kind of say, here's what the applicant is looking to do, address each item specifically, what that impact might be. I think that could be a starting point.
And so this was the original settlement letter that we discussed?
No, this is the supplemental information that was provided with the notice of intent. So this is
Okay.
You requested these.
CMG's notice and the operation and maintenance plan. So
Okay.
we have a general operations plan, and then there's a proposed ongoing maintenance plan.
Okay, so this wasn't in the original settlement agreement?
Correct.
So, for me, right, I look at number 3, and do we have all the wetland areas clearly defined on this site to be able to even vet that? We don't know where they are, right? And I guess then that's a hard thing to discuss without having.
Confirming that boundary.
Right, without confirming what the boundary is.
So just so you know, there was a wetland delineation that was done, I think in March of 2023 by Ecotech in Worcester, with the flags, and as part of the settlement agreement, there's a requirement that we put up very specific stakes with colors on them in terms of marking out that 50-foot buffer zone. So we could probably do that if the commission still wanted to come and inspect the site, we could probably do that before any inspection so that you would have a better understanding of what that 50-foot would be.
The settlement is also very specific that it's
The
subject to
survey's
peer
done,
review
it's all
too.
locked in, we know where everything
We
is.
have that proposal ready to go.
So, yeah, well, have you augured it at all yourself to look at the hydric soils and see whether or not there's
I've
a?
walked it, I haven't augured it. And then
I mean,
the last time that we went out, we didn't
It was
together
frozen.
all walk up that mainstream area.
Right.
The area identified as BVW at the time, I didn't see it as flow, but I think that we may have been in our drought at that point. But also, I think that having a peer review of the delineation could also resolve any room for error or biased, that if it's done by the peer review versus having myself argue with Ecotech's delineation. Not that I have had too many issues with theirs in the past, but I think that just kind of covers us.
So, like, this, I think this is a good start, right? To get us to where we need to go.
I mean, like number 3, I'm gonna go back to number 3. All vehicles outside of 50 feet.
Right.
That's not adequate.
Okay.
But isn't that what the settlement agreement says? Excuse me, through the chair. Isn't that what the settlement agreement says?
But that's not what I would assign.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I would
Fair.
I would go with the Wetland Protection Act.
And technically, you can go with the Sturbridge Wetland Bylaw and say out of 200 feet, but
And the Rivers Bill. So that, go to 50 feet.
I understand that, but, we could sit here and we just need to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Is this an easy thing? No, it's not.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. So.
I think we're gonna truncate this thing.
I think you guys need to figure out what you want to do on your side of the table and tell us what you want.
And I think, why don't we, Lauren will get with you and set up a site visit,
Absolutely.
so that we can see so everyone will be on the same page as far as visual.
And Jennifer, you said the flags are still up?
Yes, yes, the flags are still up. The
Not-
last time I was there, but I haven't been there for a couple of.
Not only are the flags there, you've got in your plan, your original submittal, there's a surveyed plan indicating where all the flags are, stamped by the engineer. So even if the flag's gone, we can reproduce it.
Yeah.
But yes, most of the flags are still there.
Pretty
I
obvious.
think you saw a bunch when
And
we were
if
walking
you
around.
want another copy of that wetland delineation, just so that you
They
can
have it.
see it, it's been submitted before, but we can easily email it to individual members, to your
have it.
agent.
Okay.
Anything else?
So the only next step at this point is a site visit?
Would it be appropriate to ask the applicant? Not asking you, I'm asking the agent, then I'll ask you. Much like we did with Podunk, and to give the residents an opportunity to walk the site with us, would it be appropriate to ask for a public published site visit that the public is available to join us on?
The same way that I did it for Podunk, where I
Yeah.
posted the agenda and we had minutes and everything?
Yes.
I would see no issue with that.
I think it would go a long way to at least providing the residents and the abutters over in that area an opportunity to hear through their words on site what's going on and also see the property itself. Would there be any objection to that?
I don't know if my client would have any objection to that.
We live in a different world. People walk on the Walmart, perfect property. They sleep and swim. So, as it is, the way it's going on, it's going to be terms and conditions. They can follow, but, not to
We have you
go
come over to the
somewhere where
mic,
they're
sorry.
gonna-
Can you come over to a microphone, either over here or there?
It's going to be certain terms and conditions to follow. And more than welcome, anybody can come and look at it, but it doesn't mean you can go anywhere and jump off the cliff or anything like that. Please.
This would be an organized site visit that there'd be a day, there'd be a time, we'd all stay as a group and walk the area. It's not like a adventure park. Go explore.
Yeah, they couldn't just walk on.
That's also safety concerns too, so.
Yeah, you're right, you're absolutely, we agree with you completely.
We agree with you, okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I think that, I mean, I don't know, so we have some neighbors, would that be something that the residents would want? Okay, so if we could maybe schedule it and publish it and make sure that maybe it gets published on the community page and you guys can share it with your neighbors and whatnot, that would be helpful.
We can grab a page out of the sign-in sheet, so that way I just have those for whoever's here publicly that wants to attend. That way I can make sure that I send that email to them so I know versus seeding through the sign-in sheet. If we can pull a page out of that for anyone interested that I can keep in that loop. It would be during office hours, obviously, so.
So can we set it tonight? Set the date and time tonight for the site visit?
I'm fine with that.
Sure. So I don't necessarily have to be there, but I am on vacation the week of July 4th, and I am only around the 7th and 8th, and maybe the morning of the 9th, but that week.
I would like as many of the commissioners as possible, so.
I can do the 8th.
Yeah, the 8th.
Is that enough time for notice for the public?
48-hour notice.
Wait a minute, you're gonna
Okay, I didn't know.
No, I think she's referring to the neighbor.
Oh, no, for the public, meaning the public.
The morning of the 8th,
Yeah.
at 9 a.m. on the 8th.
I have a 9 a.m. virtual appearance, so can we do it at 9:30?
I can be there.
Sure.
I will get that posted tomorrow.
The only problem I have with that day? It's not gonna rain.
If it rains, then almost is better sometimes.
It is better.
Then you can see how water moves.
You can actually see what's going on, and the fact that
I have one more point. It's not necessarily a point that we haven't covered before. I think this is my third time at one of these meetings. I'm Mike Shuffler. I live on South Road. I border the south side of Kerway's property. The airstrip is my question. One thing is just going to be for zoning. The airstrip wasn't used as part of that junkyard until the late 80s. It was an airstrip before that, and even after George Kerway got rid of his plane, they didn't do anything with that strip. So it was sometime during the late 80s, maybe as late as 1990, before they even started using that junkyard, that airstrip at all, as part of the junkyard. I know that's not part of your thing, that's probably going to be zoning. The airstrip is also two different addresses. It's not all 71. Only part of it is 71. I think the other one is 38A. Now, my other understanding is the non-conforming use for South Road only covered road frontage, lots along South Road. The particular piece the second piece of property on the airstrip doesn't have any frontage on South or Mashpog. It's a landlocked piece. So that's kind of a general statement. The runway is actually two different pieces. 71 is only half the runway.
36A. 36 is the lot.
Mostly for these two new members you have. I don't know if they knew it or not, but that's yes. I just look at the general outlay on number 7. And I was just wondering how you're going to treat that. Are we going to put a border on it? Is it going to be a fence? What are we going to do?
So unfortunately, or not, I guess fortunately for us and unfortunately for you, it's not that we don't have to answer it, it's most of that runway is, or all of that runway is in upland. So what that points to is when they're moving the vehicles from the downstream to the upland area, there is a access road that does go through a wetland, and there's a culvert. But once it gets up in there, that, to your exact point, that's a zoning, because I don't believe there's any wetlands up there for
That
us
falls to zoning,
There's vernal
which,
pools at the far end of it, and that would be on the second piece of property, nothing on the lower side.
Okay.
The 71, I think, is clear as far as you guys go. That's it, that's all I got.
Well, but just following up on that point, you know, the 15 acres that you say you're dealing with, to take all the vehicles that you have off of the 15 acres or the wetland areas, where are you going to go with it? You're going to take them off the site? Is that the plan?
Well, there was never a plan, the only intention was to get out of that 50-foot zone. If he has to move cars out of the 200, as we said a year and a half ago when we were here,
Yeah.
he's basically out of business. Because he can't operate. There's a zone that's maybe 25 feet wide in between the two wetlands. If you put I've given you guys the maps with the 200-foot radiuses on them.
You had
That's
40,
why
yeah,
we,
but you told me you had 45 acres.
right. But it's, you want to cut the trees down?
If it's outside the wetland?
There was never an intention to change the site. The plan was you guys came to him with your concerns. We got to this issue, everybody was concerned about the stuff within 50 feet. We agreed if we moved the 50 feet, he can still operate his business outside the 50 foot. What I just heard you say, and it's the first time I've heard you say that you wouldn't allow him to operate within the 200,